All right. We are live at the June 21st budget study session. And I will turn it over either to Mr. Scragg or Ms. Pack to tell us where we're going to begin today on last week's presentation that we didn't get started or didn't get finished, or on this week's.
Wanting to pick up where we left off last week and then hopefully
Okay.
get through this week's presentation as well. So we're in the middle of conversations about general fund transitioning to American Rescue Plan Act funds. I know Debbie's prepared to speak to that, and we've had a few developments in the intervening week that we'll speak to as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. We did kind of finish up with the general fund balance in excess of target last week. We talked about some of the proposed uses of that funding. We also talked about some of the eligible uses for the American Rescue Act funding, and so we're going to kind of catch up there, and we're going to talk about that funding that the city of Salina is expected to receive through the American Rescue Program funding. So we were notified about a week ago, a little over a week ago, that the amount that the city is expected to receive is $7,061,942.49. And we're on slide 25 in the presentation from last week. So some of the things that we wanted to just make sure that we keep in the back of our mind. There's things that we've talked about over and over again throughout the strategic planning. We probably talk about it multiple times a year, especially during budget. And, just some of those things that we have concerns about maintaining and kind of getting on top of as we have this opportunity to kind of set ourselves up for future planning. We just want to make sure that we're keeping those things in the back of our mind. So on slide 25, first of all, we would have to determine in what capacity we have eligible use for the $7 million. We looked at this a little bit last week in the reduction of revenue calculation, which we believe will cover most of this. And then the other eligible use was in the infrastructure improvements for water and sewer and or broadband. So we kind of have indicated a couple of these projects that might qualify under that, especially under that infrastructure project. So just going over this list for operational items is to set up the vehicle and equipment's maintenance fund with $500,000. To add $500,000 to the Parks Master Plan, to possibly add some additional funding for the River Renewal Project, and that's the one that I've noted could possibly qualify under the infrastructure, because if, as you recall from last week, if it qualifies under the state revolving loan fund for clean water or the water fund itself, that part of the project is eligible for infrastructure funding out of ARPA. We want to keep on the back of our mind that we do have Fire Station 4 coming soon that we'll probably have to address. That probably will be debt financed, but we could certainly look at using some of these funds to pay part of that. The station alerting at the fire stations of $500,000. We talked about doing a facility audit, but what we didn't talk about is what we're going to do when we get that audit and how we're going to implement some of those things that we have. We've talked about the number of facilities and just air conditioning units and restrooms and things like that the city has in their own buildings. And, I think it was over 150 air conditioning units. So those are things that we try to plan for, but it's not always easy because we really don't know when an air conditioner is going to go out. And that's really how we're doing it now. It's just to respond. And so we're hoping that we can, with this audit, we can kind of get a plan put in place to know we have 40 of these that are under 10 years old and 40 of them that are 20 years old, so that we can kind of start making plans for when we expect these things to need to be replaced. The proposed projects that we've seen from some other entities are Paceball Enterprises at $105 million. That assumes that transient guest tax would support the other $2.5 million, as we've discussed in the past, to get us to $4 million. Housing infill, $1 million we've thrown out there. Housing infrastructure, $1 million. And we did have a hotel grant proposal for $3.5 million. The new development that Mike talked about, and I didn't write it on this piece of paper, was we've been approached by the universities about housing for universities. Was there a dollar amount?
Between the two, 5 million.
$2 and $5 million. And there was there one other one you told me?
Yes, there's the
Oh, yeah.
suggest, and
You have
you've
it
got
up
it
there.
on the
look, I
slide
put it up
there.
there, but not on
See,
my
you're
list.
just too good.
There was more of just kind of an inquiry than a dollar request for Boys and Girls Clubs as a suggestion from a citizen, and that's kind of the extent of it at the moment. But one of the things that I think we need to talk about with the governing body is how you wish to go forward in terms of considering uses of the funds, soliciting proposals, and I can get into greater detail, but I don't want to cut Debbie off just yet.
Oh, that's fine. No, and that's what we meant by do a proposal to see, similar to what we do for special alcohol tax and how we have to spend that and something like that. Putting out something to entities in the community or organizations in the community to submit applications for use of those funds. And that, like Mike said, would be a policy decision, because we certainly have the qualification, we believe, to use those funds internally for what we would need to do. So at that point, we have kind of a stopping point here to have discussion about that. If there's any comments, concerns, any additional information you think we should be considering.
If I could, Debbie, you might speak to if we debt finance the fire station and kind of our normal capital improvement approach, what that timeline might look like, and because I think that is a project that could come off that list. You know, obviously you can see that number totals far in excess of the available funds, and we've got some value engineering or whatever you want to call it to be done to make some prioritization decisions. But fire station number 4, recognizing it was a priority coming out of strategic planning, I think there is an alternate approach that Debbie can go into.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this last week, but typically, if we wanted to approve that project to begin in 2022, that's typically the year that we issued temporary notes. We would do design, and probably construction wouldn't start until late 2022 or even 2023. And once that's completed, then we would actually issue the bonds, and then the year after the bonds are issued is actually when we would start having debt payments on that bond. And in the capacity schedules that we looked at, the scenarios that we looked at, we did include that in those scenarios in order for us to be able to have the ability to finance that in the future. But to Mike's point, I think that benefits us not to have to actually make debt payments on those until the year after we issue those bonds.
So, you know, you're familiar with the capital improvement plan that we have. There's not a lot out in the future at the moment on that capital improvement plan beyond the fire station, and then the routine street work, that type of thing. So I think it is possible that we could get it scheduled into our debt schedule and make that work and be able to fund it in a more typical approach. The other thing I would tell you is, of that list, I think the only thing that didn't come out of strategic planning conversations or our review of kind of the city's financial situation is the hotel grant proposal. And that isn't something that I've reported to you in great detail, but the Chamber of Commerce reached out. Eric Brown inquired about the possibility of providing financial assistance to hotels in the community. I think that number is just a dollar value per hotel room for all the available hotel rooms in the community. If the fire station and the hotel proposal are not in that total, then you're at about $6 million compared to the $7 million that is available. The other thing I know we talked about last week, but just want to reiterate, is we talked about loss of revenue, calculating lost revenue as an eligible use of ARPA funds. And so this all presumes, for the most part, that we've done that calculation. We have the opportunity to calculate lost revenue over multiple years. And so rather than saying that each one of these line items is an eligible ARPA expense, it's capturing it as lost revenue and then using it discretionarily as the city. As Debbie's already mentioned, some of these things straight up qualify as an ARPA expense, but not necessarily all of them. It would be through that lost revenue recoupment and then discretionary spending of that on our part.
The housing infill and housing infrastructure, is that just a placeholder amount, or has there been somebody that's come forward with a project or a purpose or a way to use those funds?
Those are placeholder amounts. We would, assuming that we fund them, we would then need to stand up, in the housing infill side, I think staff's vision is a program or multiple programs of how that money might be used and criteria. On the just standalone housing infrastructure, the thinking there was separate and distinct from infill, trying to facilitate housing development. As we, Marty Sugart and RDG is working on reporting back to you. So one of the things we've tasked him with is identifying possible development areas and trying to help create some prioritization criteria, whether that's dollar invested per acre freed up for development, turnaround time, and then we already know he's also working on the housing policy. So going forward, I think we have the opportunity to possibly even do a request for proposal type approach where we can assess our options as it relates to speed, housing product, effectiveness of the dollars invested. I don't want to speak for the county at all, but have had some conversations about collaboration with the county and staffs getting together to talk about whether the county has any interest in contributing towards housing and an RFP approach. I think there's some receptivity there, but I don't want to get ahead of them too much.
Just to follow up on the housing component really quickly, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm kind of feeling a little overwhelmed because we've got like this housing project and this housing project, and then the request from the universities for housing money. And so I really like your approach of asking entities to submit an RFP. I mean, to me, if we decide that there's a dollar amount that we want to devote to housing, whether that looks like 1 million or 2 million or 5 million or whatever, and then have interested parties apply for those funds, to me, I don't know, because right now I just feel like we're kind of all over the board and we're fielding a lot of requests, but we haven't made a commitment to what we're willing to invest in housing. And I may be the only one that's feels like we are evaluating a lot of requests, but that would be my preference if we could come together and figure out this is what we want to invest in housing and ask for proposals toward that amount.
Well, I'm going to echo that somewhat. I think it's appropriate to have those placeholders and those amounts and also look for what our options are and ask the developers, the entities out there, or whoever they may be, to bring their proposals to us. I'm going to take another step and say that I'm not in favor of the hotel granting program, and I think as I think staff has said, there are other normal funding for something as big as a fire station. So we come a lot closer to closing our gap if we look at the fire station as in a more traditional funding way for something that's that important. And then I would draw a line through the hotel project.
Anyone else have an opinion on the hotel project?
If I'm going to prioritize these, it's not going to be high on my list. In fact, I'd actually like to muddy the water a little bit more if we're going to have placeholders. I have these in 3 categories. Those projects that are but-for projects. If we don't have money otherwise set aside, or if we don't spend the money in this project now, it's a good chance it won't get done. We have the one-time fix things. You do it once, we're good to go for a long time. I guess the station alerting would probably come under that category. On this other one, not to be trying to be a poet, but low-hanging fruit dying on the vine. And I just like to get Bill Burke fixed and be done with it. I mean, not because I don't see it again, but so that we can have it done and for all of the value. But if I'm going to put a large amount of money in escrow, not knowing exactly where it's going to go or to whom it's going to go, in addition to housing, our other big problem is child care. And I don't know that we have any other municipal source of money by which we can stimulate childcare programs, but I'd like to see, $1 million set aside for whatever we're going to do to get a comprehensive childcare program in the city started. It's going to be, public-private partnership with industry, revitalizing some of our own independent childcare providers, but somewhere down the road, somebody's going to need some money.
I agree with somewhere down the road, and that it's important. But I'd like to hear about some collaboration between the school district and industry and us if we're going to address that. At this point, I probably wouldn't make that a placeholder. I'd look to hope that we might have additional rescue funds, or I'd like to see the conversation between the different institutions progress before.
We have how many years to
Everybody
spend?
this
To
list.
2024, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah, it's the ARPA funds?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And we'll have to have that conversation before then, because we're going to bring new employees in. We're not just bringing new employees in, we're bringing new families in. And somewhere down the line, not only do these people need a place to live, but they got to have a place to send their kids. And if all the partnerships produce the funds we need, release the money for something. We're very good at rediverting funds. But I don't know if we would ever have $1 million just floating around, sitting there, that we could just yank out the sky.
Yeah, and again, we attended the seminar in Garden City, and I'm okay putting some kind of placeholder funds there. Again, I think on childcare, from attending that, it was obvious there's going to have to be some type of subsidy. I'm not sure that's a governmental subsidy as much as it is the private sector.
Well, not so much a subsidy for ongoing expenses, but a catalyst to get the whole thing stood up.
Because that's the one thing you've got to look at is how's childcare going to be if it is subsidized for a long period of time, and that's part of getting that set up. And so that's a conversation we need to have. I don't know to me that should almost fall on the EDO/chamber to try to lead that. I mean, because
They can lead it. I mean, what's the most important benefit for employees now? It's health care. Child care may need to be number 2, and we may need to get businesses to, again, I don't even know how it will work, look on
Yeah.
paper, but help subsidize it. I mean, it's a real expense that, it's really the elephant in the living room that nobody's talking about, because it's expensive. But it's necessary if we don't have a place for kids to go.
It's expensive and it's so tenuous. I mean,
Right.
you and I have talked about the fact that, I'm driving 7.5 hours some weeks to babysit when there's an issue with our granddaughter's childcare.
If it's helpful at all, I think that conversation has evolved from, the initial time that you were approached as a governing body from a dollar amount to subsidized wages, which is kind of a one-time unsustainable expense. I know there's community conversation going on. Eric Brown with the chamber is very involved with Child Care Aware and the local efforts. I don't know the details of, those conversations or where they're headed, but I do know, the chamber's plugged in and they are trying to continue that conversation. And I think there are ARPA funds possibly at the state and federal level, but if that's a placeholder for further consideration, certainly doesn't commit you to spending it in any particular way. At least.
And the money might not be needed for anything more than to pay consultants to come in to devise the plan, or, meeting about this, meeting about that, just really being the catalyst, because it's not going to sustain paying for the child care. I wouldn't want it to be for that purpose. But a lot of things are easier to keep going once you get them started.
And I just would be more excited about putting in a placeholder for, a future child care project, facility or consultant or whatever, than I would be the hotel grant proposal. I mean, I'm fine with striking the hotel grant proposal and maybe keeping some of these funds, whether it ends up being for childcare or items turned up by our facility audit. It might just be nice to save a cushion there so that we can respond if we do get a childcare proposal, or if we do find out that 40 of our air conditioners are 30 years old and we know that we're going to need to be putting some money aside for that.
So if we were to strike Fire Station 4, which I still think we seriously need to address, we would debt service that through property tax? Is that?
Yes, the debt schedule that we're looking at, that we put together, is trying to maintain the debt mill
Right.
rate constant, but identify debt capacity that we gain in the upcoming years to fund that.
Debbie, have you calculated what the monthly or what the annual debt service would be on that?
I have not, but I believe for 20-year financing right now is about $75,000 a year per million. So.
Okay, 75,000 per month. I was gonna say, that's cheap. Wow, I'm gonna go borrow some.
A bill and a half.
We need 3 new fire stations.
75,000 per million, okay, that
Oh, okay, so
per
that's
million,
375.
150, 300,000,
yeah, per mil, okay.
something less than a mil.
So, yeah, about 370.
Yeah, if you took those off, then you've taken off, you're down to a requirement of 6 versus, what we have available. Another question on, and I don't know if I ever got an answer, on the river renewal project, we have 500,000 in there. Is that because we think we're short on funds? What, I mean, because we're
Yes.
collecting special sales tax for that. That was
Yes,
my question.
and that was my initiation. We've had the conversation about confirming that everything we promised is there and will be going forward, but just the conversations we're having with HDR and the Corps and pricing felt like, and in all honesty, 500,000 doesn't really move the needle on that river project, but just knowing that that's a big project that's going to have a hard time coming in on budget, trying to squeeze out a little bit more.
Yeah, personally, I agree with Commissioner Ryan about the hotel proposal. I'd probably move the fire station off of this, at least a portion of that anyway. I mean, if you wanted to use a couple million to lower your debt financing, you could do that. I also had a little bit of problem with the college request for dorms. I know their thought process is if they build new dorms, that will free up some rental properties. Again, we lose control of how quickly that happens, and I do know they also, I think, made a request to the county for the same amount. So that's probably not real high on my list when they have other abilities to fundraise and stuff. But
Yeah, and I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I think that from the conversations we've had, I think there's an opportunity for some collaboration with the city and the county to conduct a joint RFP process for housing, and then Kansas Wesleyan, K-State, and others could submit, and we could have some predetermined criteria, and because there's certainly there's not going to be enough funds to fund everyone. There's going to be some winners and losers. Recognizing the timing issues that we've talked about before, we're still processing the projects that we brought to you before as RHIDs. In fact, got confirmation from the Department of Commerce of their initial approval of that geographic designation. And so we're proceeding the RHID path, the IRB path, and I do think once we kind of get our thoughts collected on the housing policy and finalizing the housing study, and we have some funds available through ARPA, that's a first pass at housing funding, and then we're probably still going to have ongoing conversations about additional tools to, on a case-by-case basis, fund housing projects if the numbers are such that we need more and the housing product's the right housing type, and I think it's a combination of all the above.
When do we hear the next housing presentation?
Shortly, early July 12th maybe, but don't quote me on that. I know RDG has some deliverables for us in early July.
And with the fire department project, how much will we have? None of that's been planned or site planned or designed yet. Will we
Right.
be able to enter into that process in advance of the construction?
There was that initial study that kind of confirmed the viability of the site there at the north end of Berkeley Family Recreation Area, but it's not to the level of design. So kind of that process that Debbie was describing is funding that initial design in 2021, and then putting it out to bid most likely into 2021, 2022.
So that's moving forward.
Right. So Mayor Hodges' comments, it makes some sense to me as well. It's kind of an odd categorization, but if I could get clarification, what's your receptivity to a combined placeholder of facility audit / childcare, knowing that we're just going to have to sort the details of that out going forward? That's the one thing I've
It'll
heard
look weird on the
suggested.
line.
It would.
Which three again?
The facility audit / childcare, setting aside $1 million for those two.
But,
That work?
$1 million, yeah.
Well, it
Is that
just points out that we're keeping childcare in our thinking. That, yeah.
Is that consensus?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Million? I mean,
Yeah.
I would even be happy going higher, but if everyone else is comfortable with $1 million, I'm fine with $1 million.
If you go with $1 million, back out the fire station and the hotels, we're balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if there's consensus among you.
No, that works. Now, after your comments about the river renewal, way I was thinking is, I'm just wondering if, as big as that project is, I mean, if what seems like that little bit of money will make a difference. I'm sure we can use it. But that's money would be spent probably 3-4 years down the road.
Well, hey, that's a fair question. In October, HDR should be coming back with details, having kind of solidified things with the Corps of Engineers, or at least a proposal to the Corps of Engineers, and be able to provide some phasing. But we're trying to, at the staff level, trying to manage it on multiple fronts. One is finalizing the scope that's responsive to the Corps of Engineers' $10 million funding that's available for what they call habitat lift. They essentially acknowledge that the bypass work that they did years ago had a negative impact on the habitat in the community, and they're willing to fund aspects of the project that fix the impacts of that. So they're carving out that portion of it. Then we're also trying to look at the basic elements that were promised in terms of phase one scope, and in light of our available budget, the matching we have to put in for the Corps, the funds the Corps would have, zero in on what that frees up for the rest of the river project. If anything had to be dialed back, I think the first thing that's probably going to be looked at is that 4th Street Plaza and aesthetics of the bridges and things like that. So this 500 might help kind of keep the aesthetics of some of those improvements up. In terms of timing, there's a recognition on HDR's part that it's been a while and wanting to carve out work that we can get started on. So that's probably trail work and some preliminary work coming up possibly in 2022. So I think we'll start spending then. And we may know enough about the budget, our budget, core budget, to say that $500,000 is in play next year.
Just spitballing here, but I'm thinking about the facility audit and childcare placeholder of $1 million, and I know that for any sort of stimulus type amount that's going to get something going, it does take a great deal of money. But it seems like it just seems like this arbitrary number that may address something, it may not address something. 3/4 of it might go to something a facility audit shows. Some of it might go to child. It just feels a little bit willy-nilly. What about, I mean, does $500,000 do much as a placeholder for those two items, and another $500,000 move the dial more on the river project? And I'm just,
I thought you were going to go at 3/4 each. And
Recognizing that I reserve the right to always change my mind, it's a good point. I think the list just keeps us focused on those items that we're talking about, and next commission may shift those.
Well, we're in, I mean, there's no bigger supporter of the river renewal than me, believe me. But we talk about on our parks, let's fix what we have before we build more. And we've got childcare that's not fixed, and we've got parks that aren't fixed. And, I just see this as an infusion of money which would truly get those needles moving, because we've been kicking childcare. I mean, every project in the country, I guess, got a 1.5-year reprieve because of COVID, but theoretically, the kids are coming. And we need something, and we're going to need money, again, not necessarily to build buildings or even to pay teachers, but just get programs. We may have to help get teachers licensed. We may have to, I can't even think of all the things we need, but it's going to require some seed money. And if we put some money in, I think that would be a sign to large business and even small business that they should kick money in.
And I think we're getting hung up a little bit here on the dollar amount. I think we need to look at, where our priorities are, because we have no idea, and I think this is maybe where Commissioner Peck was kind of headed, is let's show them as a placeholder. We don't know if we're going to spend $250,000 or what on child care to help get it started. Housing infill, depending on how that comes out, we may only pay $750. And these numbers are going to all change as we move along. And at some point, as we get towards the end of 2024, we have to spend it. So we're going to figure out what can be spent now. So, to me, it's okay putting a dollar amount in there. It just gives you kind of a goal, but it's not a hard and fast number, I don't think. So,
Remind me again what the housing infrastructure, what type of projects would that include?
Water, sewer, streets, just trying to provide most likely infrastructure to greenfield that can be
But
developed.
but that's something for which we have a funding mechanism.
Well, you have RHID and industrial revenue bonds as the things we've identified as probably your other alternatives. A little bit of conversation about community improvement districts, but typically
You're
that's
talking about in the city or
Yes.
greenfield development?
well, when I say greenfield, either a vacant lot in the city or on the edge of the city that can be annexed, so in the city.
Right, because typically developers have been financing. I mean,
Yes, but
it becomes a real reflection of what the cost of that
it does.
development is.
I think that's where the RFP process might be helpful, that it's not just funding the typical development. It's a housing product and a price point and a timeline that supplements the housing study that we're finishing up. So, but in answer to your question, it is a placeholder, but the thinking is if we collectively decide that a particular project has merit and needs financial assistance to move it forward and better our housing stock, then those funds will be available for that.
These would be projects for which special assessments would not be appropriate?
Don't know yet. It could be a combination, could be, it really depends on the proposal, but could be trying to, buy down the infrastructure cost in return for a price point that's affordable, to be determined.
yeah, I guess as I look at this list, there's probably about 4 or 5 things on here that if you put a placeholder dollar amount, we're probably going to spend them. That'd be vehicle and equipment. If we put a $500,000 placeholder on there, I'm guessing we can spend that. Parks Master Plan, we've got enough. I know we can spend that. River renewal, obviously, they'll find a place to spend that. The station alerting, if that's a $500,000 bill, we're going to do that. So those are the things I look at and just, you might as well mark those off as being spent. Everything
Yeah.
else, up to me, is a moving target, depending on what comes to us. And I think we just need to know, take those off, and I guess the debt service reserve, if we think we're going to put that there, add that, subtract that from the 7 million, and then that's what you have to work with as far as everything else. And not get tied up on $1 million for
Right.
certain things. And that'll all play itself out as we move along. We may have a project that comes to us that all of a sudden, say housing infill, it's $1,250,000 is going to really get us where we want to be. Well, we're not going to say we can't do it because we don't have 250. We'll find it out of those other dollars, I think.
I just want us to be careful that when we incentivize and I'll call it the housing infrastructure, sometimes, we're trying to supplement money to get the price point to a certain place. If the price point is determined by available funds, that then puts the pressure on the developer and the builder to build within their means. We're trying to keep supporting the status quo rather than, getting people creative and innovative in building housing that they can afford to build and people can afford to buy,
Yeah.
rather than keep propping up this price point way up here.
And I understand your point. I think the one thing in my mind's eye is none of this, RHID, IRB, or otherwise, is intended to incentivize the status quo. The status quo's, to some degree, been working, but it's at a price point of its own. We're trying to break the logjam on affordable housing, other housing products, but that doesn't, I understand your point of should the market be able to carry itself. That's kind of why we started that whole housing study conversation with let's model a housing product to verify what we're being told that, the numbers don't work.
Right. Yeah, just as long as we're very, very selective and ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think you certainly have discretion. If it's helpful at all, I think, we've talked about fund balances and setting aside fund balances for other purposes. I've had, in my mind, not necessarily a formal policy, but at least adopting that by resolution. So if we reach consensus on all of this, I think we can formalize that and we can build into that some confirmation that this still gives you broad discretion. These are general goals, general purposes, subject to review and revision and discretionary decision-making by the governing body going forward. But we've at least kind of articulated the intention.
And I know that we need to devote sufficient time to this, and I don't feel like we're probably done discussing it, but in an effort, could we either come back to this, or would you like to hear from commissioners directly, just in order, to finish up the materials from last week and at least get a start on the ones from this week?
I feel like you're really, really close as a governing body.
Okay.
I think the spirit of what Commissioner Hoppett was saying is true. We have general categories with the discretion to shift hundreds of thousands where we need them.
So maybe instead of putting the designation housing infill versus housing infrastructure, do we just want to put affordable housing in general and see what projects come up?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think, that's,
Sure. The reason I separated that way was, frankly, to communicate to you as a governing body, it isn't all greenfield. That we haven't lost sight of infill development, but.
Well, and I like that because, if folks know this money is available only if they're doing something infill, I'm hoping it'll stimulate somebody to say, wow, what can I do?
But you
town.
certainly could say housing, infill, and new development in $1 amount. Again, giving yourselves broad discretion.
Well, I think infill will come in distant second place. 'Cause that's been our business as usual for the last 10 years.
and I don't know when you're talking infill, I also look at housing rehab as being part of that. I think we have housing that's not satisfactory, that, people can go in and there's some different programs I know we've looked at that, you could rehab.
Exactly.
So when we talk infill, I don't think it has to be new build infill. I think it can be rehabbing what we have also.
We may get more bang for the buck if it's
Yeah.
primarily rehab,
So-
to be honest with you.
So,
And you're not committing to a specific criteria.
Right.
So I think kind of what Mike's saying is we're kind of trying to focus on how many dollars do we want to set aside? For budget purposes, we only need to know how much money we're going to spend next year.
Right.
But this money comes in over the next 2 years, and we have 3 years to spend it. So we don't have to, if we're saying, well, we're going to set this aside for what we think is important projects of housing or whatever at this point, then that kind of gives us the direction to say, okay, it's not available for spending this year. These things are available for spending this year, and we move on.
So as we have it right now, facility audit implementation on childcare would be $1 million. Remove the fire station, remove the hotel grant proposal, and leave all the other broad categories as they are.
Yeah, I've got recategories, housing is housing, affordable housing, parentheses, infill/new
I
development.
kind of like them separate. I mean,
Yeah, I get your point.
It puts
Some
pressure on our
incentive.
Yeah.
creativity to
Yeah.
Okay.
fix some problems we have.
If there's consensus, I think the one remaining question is whether your river renewal stays at $500,000 or whether you want to redirect some of the,
I'd leave it at
Dollars
$500,000 for now.
I'm comfortable with the
Yeah.
half. It makes sense to me.
I'm not looking to my left because I don't want to see what she says. So.
Well, hey, if we're off by $5 million, we're going to have to come up with a much more creative solution anyway. But
The other
yeah,
thing I haven't heard is baseball enterprise.
yeah,
Are we
well,
making
they
a
didn't take it off the
commitment
list.
to that,
I would like to commit that and
I'm with Commissioner Davis on that.
get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that's a housekeeping item that's gotten away from us, and I think we've said we want to get that behind us.
And we were ready to get it done a year and a half ago. And only because of extraordinary circumstances are we not paying for it already now. So,
Right.
I mean, I just think get it done.
So just to recap, we're taking the hotel grant proposal off, we're taking fire station number 4 off, and then that would leave us with about $1 million to get us up to the $7 million mark, and we would, at this point, appropriate that $1 million toward facility audit implementation and potential child care stimulus funds. Is that what we're all understanding?
Got 62,000 left. Good. There you go.
There you go.
Don't hit it all one
That'll
time.
get us a consultant for something, right?
Maybe.
For childcare.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was huge. Thank you. The one other decision point is just proposals, incoming proposals. I certainly can't tell people they can't make a suggestion to you, but, and we'll continue to convey them to you. And as we've said, you do have discretion. If something comes along that, becomes a priority for you, I guess you can reallocate if you see fit. But I guess my question is, do you want to conduct a more formalized request for proposal process as if ARPA funds are available as a grant program that we're going to administer?
I wouldn't want to refuse any. I'm not going to think I'm one of the 5 smartest people in town. Somebody may have a good idea out there. And, the boys club could technically, boys and girls club, excuse me, could technically come under childcare. There's just a lot of things we've just had just sort of dangling around the community conscience for 5 or 6 years, and they haven't gone anywhere. This would be a nice chance to.
Yeah, I wouldn't
move
be
them
in
forward.
favor of a formal, we're going to advertise, we're
right.
looking for proposals, but
The only thing I would is for the housing. I mean, I think that that would be, I mean,
Yeah,
for people to
That's a
be
whole different
aware.
deal. That's-
but,
yeah.
but.
As soon as we get through the
Right.
housing study and some of that, I see
Right.
staff coming
Yeah.
back to you with a process for
Right.
that. So if there's consensus, I think my response is going to be, you're certainly willing to suggest it. We're not conducting a formal request for proposal process. The governing body has provided guidance on uses of those funds. If you want to make a proposal, they'll take it under consideration, but it would need to rise to a level that they choose to reprioritize to find a way to fund your suggested program.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Hey, we got 1 page done.
I'm willing to, I'm tempted to call it a day. We better keep moving.
Everybody go to Sonic.
Right.
Hopefully, the next section won't be as quite as difficult. So at this time of the year, we also look at departments provide us with information as far as comprehensive fee schedules and what their anticipated increases in those are. Typically, what most departments will do is review other jurisdictions and what they're charging for specific uses, what the cost of that service looks like, and look back to the CPI to see what the cost of living is really doing to society and how much it's costing. So most of these, the whole schedule is updated by resolution. I did want to provide the information that the average CPI is about 1.5%, so anything between 2% and 3% is typical for our increases. There are some exceptions that we do not, and we don't have the statutory authority to change fees. For example, alcohol, the court fees are set by the judge, the municipal court fees. Water and wastewater will come later in the year, as we do typically in the fall, October, November, after we get the summer fees or collections in the data. Recreation fees are typically not included. Those are adopted by the parks revenue and pricing policy that they have scheduled. So information about the consumer price index, like I said, the average over the last year was about 1.5%. Slide 28 begins with I've just provided you the list of what is being recommended to increase. There were no decreases this year. There are a couple of new ones. First one for the excessive plan review, third plan review is added as a new item at $500. The alternative permits, new cell tower permit, that's a 9.1% increase. As you can see, as you look through these, the percent of increase is in here. Sometimes that percentage looks a little bit high because of rounding. We always try to round to an administrative dollar amount so that as we're collecting these fees, it doesn't go crazy on us by trying to collect 50 cents or $1 or something like that. So if you have any questions about any of these specific fees, I believe most of the department heads are either here or probably on Zoom. Otherwise, we will not go through each one individually.
Do we compare these fees to other communities, especially in the planning and development areas?
I can't speak for planning and development, whether they did or not, but that would be what I would do if I was in planning and development. I'm not sure if Lauren's team is here or on Zoom, so I could check. I could certainly check by the next time.
Curious how, I hear that both directions sometimes, so.
Okay.
So these fees more or less correlate with the number of man-hours required to complete the work?
In many cases, I think they probably fall short of the
Fall short
actual
of that.
staff cost. But we, quite some time ago, recognized that we had fallen into a habit of not making any changes for 5 or 10 years, and then we found ourselves making drastic changes and resolved to be more incremental and try to keep up a bit. But some of them are more directly related to cost, but admittedly, planning and zoning is kind of a type of application and a fee. They can vary greatly. That third plan review fee, when you're in that realm, we got a lot more hours invested in a well-prepared set of plans that gets approved in the first set, but we're just trying to have a placeholder that's middle of the road maybe.
And I will say some of the fees, especially when you get to like sanitation and the landfill, they're based on what somebody else is charging us to dispose of those things. So that's why you might see a little bit of change in some of those fees as far as greater than the normal 2%. If somebody's charging us more now to dispose of tires, and we certainly have to recoup that cost as we charge people to take them. So if there are any concerns about these, I can certainly take them back to the department, have some more discussion, and have them provide additional information. I will check with the planning department to see if they've kind of checked with other entities to make sure they're in line with those numbers.
And then this will come back to you as a comprehensive fee schedule amendment by resolution, so you'll
Yes.
take action on it. For budget purposes, it just helps us as we prepare revenue estimates. And I don't know that there's anything in here that makes a significant increase in revenue, but now's the time to talk about it.
The only one I had a question was about the fees for the police media reports, just because I know that we had talked about that. I think it was last year, it may have even been the year before that, and that's something that I think might be worth reviewing, because there were discussions that some communities don't charge for police reports, and we were charging whatever it was, $9, and now we're looking to go up to $15, and that's just something that I'd like to go back and review that conversation. I need to figure out when that happened, but that would be my only concern with the changes proposed.
And just sort of piggybacking on that, that $9 is for each media item.
Right.
Does a typical person get just one media item, or if it's an accident or burglary or whatever, does that in and of itself really mean 5 or 6 media items? Because I can see where that might be somewhat of a burden if someone, let's say, can't
I'll
call
have
their
to
insurance
check.
company until they get this
My assumption
report.
is that it's put on some sort of media,
Right.
a flash drive or something like that.
Oh, that's, okay.
That cost is what they're paying for. no
That's my
matter what's on-
understanding as well. There's certain things they or their insurance agency can access for free, and then if it's photos or some type of document, it's either put on a CD or a USB drive. So it's all kind of
So it's more,
That covers the cost of the entire request, that they may ask for various
I believe so.
documents
Yes.
and items.
That's the
Yeah.
way I
So, I
read
mean, if you had no charge at
okay.
all, there'd be you could abuse that if,
Yeah, but it's not $15 per photo, if that's the question.
so it's just for the flash drive or the CD? Or,
Right.
Right. We'll verify, but that's my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Is it less if they bring their own CD? Or their own flash drive?
We probably wouldn't take it because it might corrupt our.
nobody
Yeah.
says CDs
IT is not listening right now.
CDs.
or DVDs.
No, probably not like that. So that concludes last week's study session item. If we want to move on to this week's,
Well, you're right.
hopefully they're not quite as
I don't even own a DVD player.
difficult. So this week, we're going to talk about, there's a few budgets that we need to amend, and then we're going to talk about kind of our assumptions on revenues, why we made those assumptions, and kind of get your consensus on if you feel that we're making, kind of a good decision on where we're going with those assumptions, or if we're being too conservative, not conservative enough, just so that we can tie those revenues down. Because in order to determine whether we need to raise property taxes, we need to determine where we're going to lie with all of those other revenues, especially in the general fund.
Yeah, I guess I would add to that, as we figure out the revenue projections, then we can figure out how close we are to balanced.
Yes.
And then figure out how we're going to balance it, whether that's raising revenue or reducing expenses.
Correct. So the city is required to amend the budget if we anticipate that we're going to spend. We get budget authority a year, the year ahead of time, and it only gives us the authority to spend that amount of money. If we deem the necessity to spend more than that, a budget amendment is required. It's required in the year that you're doing the spending. And typically what we do is towards the end of the year, we look at the funds and see if any of them are going to go over at the end of the year, just to make sure that we have that budget amendment done. However, we have recognized that there are a few funds this year that we recognize that there was a reason that we're going to go over, and we need to get those budget amendments done so that we have the authority to actually spend that money before the end of the year. Those particular funds for this year are the Special Parks and Rec Fund, the Debt Service Fund, and the Water and Wastewater Fund. Those would need to be provided, amended prior to that time. And at this time of the year, when we're doing the regular budget, is as good as any, because we're holding a public hearing, which we have to do for the regular budget. We have to do the same for an amended budget. So it's easier just to kind of combine those and do them together. As far as these particular funds, the Special Recs and Park Fund, we budgeted $251,000. That was set aside in this particular year for purchase of equipment, mostly mowers. And we did purchase those mowers. We underspent that budget of about $45,000. However, with the inclusion of the project, the tennis project, and the city's commitment to do some of the work over there at the Kenwood Pool and the rodeo grounds, in order to allow us to move forward with that project this year, that total was about $330,000. So we're recommending that we just increase that budget to $581,500, just to make sure that we have enough in there. That doesn't mean we'll do all these, and these will come back to you for approval, but at least we have the budget authority to do that when we get ready to do those items. In the debt service fund, and I don't need decisions on this, this is just information so that when you see this in the process and when we're doing city action, you'll know kind of what the history of this was. The debt service one, we budgeted $6,021,700 in debt service payments out of the debt service fund. That number is going to be increased by about $300,000 due to the early debt servicing of the radio project, the Quint, and the SCBA. Those were all projects that we originally, when we did our budget last year in June or July, Those projects weren't as far along, so we didn't intend. The radio project came in very quickly. We did a refunding in October and chose to go ahead and fund these 3 projects. But that did make our debt service fund out of whack by a little bit. So we're proposing that that be amended by the $300,000 to $6,312,700. The water and wastewater fund for capital outlay was budgeted for $2,697,500, bless you. And I provided on slide 8 the list of what that was proposed to be for 2021. The project that was not included in that budget was water main replacements. This is the first year that we're actually paying for those out of cash. We've always funded those through the Kansas revolving loan in the past. So we're recommending that we amend that budget to include that cost. Whether we get to all $2 million of that or not, we don't know, but if we don't have the authority to do it, we can't get to any of it. And we may have savings other places, but we don't know what those savings might be at this time. So we're proposing that that total expenditure budget go up to $22,606,021. And as long as, we're okay to move forward with those amendments, we'll bring those back to you when we do the budget hearing for the 2022 budget. Any questions, comments, concerns about those amended budgets?
Can I ask a question on
Sure.
page 4 real quick?
Sure.
I was just curious on that. So if you go to the third item down on that 100-inch,
Yep, that's those 2 items, actually.
Okay.
This really confuses me, too.
Okay.
But the 2 items, item 2 and 3 were added together to get that total
okay,
bid.
okay, I got you.
That's why there was nothing in that line item above.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
that's where the
Sorry about
$12,000 savings was.
So
Sorry about that.
while we're on that topic, the question of the Oakdale pool came up last week. I didn't get, I cut Brad off, he wanting to speak to it. He and I really haven't had a chance to talk about it, but it did occur to me that Brad had previously conveyed that for the River Festival, I think the Arts and Humanities Department and possibly the foundation would have interest in that pool space being a permanent stage space instead of a temporary stage 2 location. So I know that was one of their visions and could create an opportunity, whether we fund it now or whether we say, well, we're open to that and we'll play it out as an independent project. I think some of the thinking was a sizable space that could be turned into green space for River Festival stage location.
And that was a $77,000 item?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
I think I'd like us all to be on the same page in regard to whatever that space is going to be purposed for. It may be a stage, and I guess I'm comfortable with deferring that $77,000 until we know exactly what we're going to use it for.
Yeah, I think if it's okay, I think, we'll flesh out that idea and that possibility somewhat separate of this, and we can report back as.
Was that
might gain momentum.
77,000 estimated as, part of the overall project of cleaning up all of that area? I mean, they come in at a separate time, that's
Right.
probably a different number.
I
Well,
think that was just an internal estimate. We didn't get bids or anything like that on that 77,000.
and as we've worked with the tennis group, we've focused on their project. We haven't rolled, the funding commitment we made to Salina Net Generation didn't include this demo. It was just a
Right.
demo of the old pool and the rodeo grounds and things site-specific to that complex. So this would be somewhat separate one way or the other, and Debbie's correct, it's an internal staff estimate only at this point. So
And the
we can
su-
certainly,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we can certainly kind of carve that out and come back to you with more detail as it plays itself out.
And the Sunset Courts, that's just the tennis courts you're talking about there? And I have not seen them for a long time. Are they just like the Oakdale courts or worse, or?
Yes, they're asphalt, they probably are worse than the
Yeah.
Oakdale courts, yep. And I think I mentioned last week, part of my concern is leaving it on the ground and then creating an expectation that we have new courts, but we have an obligation to maintain the
Yeah.
existing courts. And part of that initial conversation going into this project were, that was just not a wise investment, given the condition they're in anymore.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Okay, so if there's no further questions about the amendments, then we're going to move into budget or revenue estimates. The numbers that we're looking at in all of these slides are general fund revenues. As you know, that's the fund that supports the majority of the operations of the city. So we're just looking at those specific general fund revenues. The first graphic provides you a 10-year history of all revenues that come into the general fund. As you can see, it appears that there's some growth. There's some things that affect that growth. For example, on property tax, anytime the mill levy rate changes, that's the majority of what that move is. As we've seen in the past, the valuations kind of bump up a little bit now and then, but not a lot. So you can see there's a lot of these are fairly flat or have some small growth coming into them. The one I will point out under other revenue that's sticking way out by itself was the TPAC naming rights. We've talked about that as we look forward, but this is just a graphic for you to look at that. And then the next slide, on slide 10, breaks out where our revenue sources come from for the general fund. This is 2020. As you can see, about a third of our revenue comes from sales and use tax. About a quarter of our revenues come from property tax, and then all of the other revenue sources that we have make up the remainder of our revenue. So when we're talking about changes and percentages and things like that, the thing to kind of keep in mind is the changes in those two funding sources are more dollars than all of the rest, pretty much. And theoretically, we want that to be balanced. So we want that to be kind of an even distribution between those, because as economy affects one, it may not affect the other. So that's positive for us as far as that goes. So the next slide, what we provided on the list of revenues was a historical look at what's the growth rate been in each of those categories, just so you can see how those revenues have changed from year to year. And then I also provided in the gray column what that average over the last 7 years have been. For all of them except for sales tax, I excluded 2020 because of COVID and what it did to our revenues. It just made it not realistic in what those numbers were. The items that are highlighted in orange on this table are really either formula-driven or they're provided by estimates from the city or the state. So there's not a lot of consideration for some of those as far as where those numbers are coming from. So as you can see, sales and use tax over the last 8 years have increased about 1.57%. And we'll look at each one of these in detail, but I wanted to provide this information so that as we go through the conversations, we can refer back to this as far as what we anticipate, what the average growth rate's been, and what the history looks like for each of these revenue sources. So on slide 12, our largest revenue source is sales and use tax. Just as a reminder, when talking about sales and use tax, the dollars that we're collecting are from retail sales from 2 months ago. So as you can see in May, we had a historically high collection rate. It's higher than it's been in the past 4 years on any month. That would be sales from March of 2021. And so we're seeing a large increase in sales tax right now. We can't explain it. Don't ask us. We don't know. We think it has stimulus related, but it's just I don't know how you know. What we did try to provide, though, on slide 13 was kind of how that broke down by industry. As you can see, the construction industry has been increased 89%, although it's a small amount. It's only $19,000 of that total $1.4 million. It's a $19,000 increase. So you can see the ones that are highlighted in green were the ones that we felt were the more significant. Either they were over $10,000 and they were over 10% is what we were trying to explain in that color coding. But you can see there's several of them that have gone up, but they're large dollar amounts. Retail trade is by far our biggest sector, and that includes a lot. There's, general merchandise, there's the clubhouses, there's, all of those things that aren't in another particular area. The one thing I wanted to point out with accommodation and food services on slide 14 is that you can see that number's going up, but the percentage that's actually accommodations, which is our travel and tourism sector, is not. It's still lagging behind in the recovery. As you can see in 2019, that red portion was a much larger proportion of what we collected than it is today. So we're still expecting that that number's still down significantly from prior to COVID. We are seeing it go up a little bit, but not at the rate that other things are moving. In sales tax on the general fund, the next slide is just that percentage graphically of those numbers that we looked at in the historical data of where that growth is. Again, the only one that we have any specific explanation for is 2018. We went back to see if we could figure out why that was such a large growth year. And what we did determine was that we did have some local retailers that the state was doing a little bit better job of collecting delinquent taxes that particular year. They had a program that they were really pushing to collect. So we did have retailers that were paying several years' worth of delinquent taxes, and that all came in 2018. So that really boosted our, what appeared to be like our growth rate. But you can see from the trend dotted line on there that there is a slight increase on what that looks like, and that average is 1.5%. Next, the next highest tax revenue for us is property tax. And just as an explanation of how this process works, which I'm sure you all know, but everybody out there in the public may not know, the county appraises your property as of January 1st of the current year. The assessed valuation is calculated based on a statutory percentage, 11.5% for residential and 25% for commercial, to determine the assessed value. And then the mill rate is applied to the assessed value to determine the tax amount that the taxpayer pays. Or, in our case, we take the tax amount that we need and we back into what our mill rate levy might be necessary to provide that particular tax amount. As you can see with the graphic with the dollar bill, the city of Salina receives about 22% or 22 cents of every dollar that's collected in property tax, and it's split out by that. USD 305 is about 40%. I think this graphic was from 2020, we get about 22 cents. The county gets about 29 cents, and then from there, the smaller taxing entities get a portion of that dollar of tax that's property tax that's collected. Once we determine the property taxes, then there are some adjustments that we've provided, whether it's through incentives, through IRBs, or neighborhood revitalization. So there are adjustments to actually what we actually collect from our assessed valuation. We have kind of two different categories. We have tax abatements, which the city does not receive the taxes on those increased value of property. There's two situations: either the tax is exempted. For example, on an IRB, the tax rate on the increment is exempted, and the taxpayer doesn't pay it, or the taxes are paid and it's redirected to something else, a developer cost or bonds or something like that, as in the case with like a TIF, like the Coles TIF that we had for a while. The tax abatements that we currently either use or are looking at are industrial revenue bonds, tax increment financing, and rural housing incentive districts. The other kind is a rebate, and the city has a neighborhood revitalization program that rebates taxpayers, a portion of taxpayers' taxes that they pay on the improved value of a particular property. So then what we wanted to do is kind of take you through like a hypothetical, just so all that says a lot, but what does it really mean? So in the first hypothetical is an IRB of an existing commercial property that's valued at $3 million. The first year, in the base year of $3 million, they'd pay about $23,000 in taxes, and that's what the city would receive. Once they've improved that property to an estimated $5 million, they'd still pay only the $23,000. The other portion would be exempt until the end of their IRB period, which we're assuming is a 10-year period. So in period 11, the whole $5 million would be taxed, and then the city would start collecting at $38,000. So a difference of about $15,000. The thing to note on most of these most of these incentives is that if the property owner didn't improve the property, the city was never getting the money in the first place. And I think people kind of forget that it's not tax dollars we're currently getting and giving away, it's tax dollars that we're deferring to a later date. The next slide is an example of a neighborhood revitalization. This is a rebate. So in this case, if somebody has a $50,000 appraised house and they're paying about $176,000 or $176 in city taxes, and they improved that house to $250,000, they would then be paying about $881. If the city was rebating 95% of that for 3 years or 5 years, whatever that period would be, the taxpayer would get back $669.70. The difference between the two kind of programs is in the neighborhood revitalization, the taxes are paid and then rebated back. They're not withheld.
I do need to offer one clarification there, and this was an oversight on my part. I didn't catch it previously, but the 95% rebate level is for a project of exceptional community significance, is the way we've categorized it. And so that's a $10 million project in 50 units. It was in response to the model that Lawrence used for some apartment projects that we then applied to the Lee building. So the 95% level is probably most applicable to the Lee buildings. The Penn campus renovation is another example of that. There are other rebate calculations for residential and commercial that are 100% for the first 5 years and 50% for the second 5 years. But the point remains, it's a calculation of that incremental increase in value. It is a rebate where they pay it and then they get paid back, and it is a rebate of all the applicable taxes.
Except for
not
the
just the, I'm sorry, yes, except the state, of course. So with that clarification, it as you, I believe, know, there's a geographic area predetermined that's the neighborhood revitalization area, and projects within that geographic area are eligible.
And the time frame is indefinite?
For the 95% level, it's 15 years. For everything else, it's 10.
The city adopts a program periodically, I don't know if that's every 5 years or something, and that defines all of those criteria for all of those different. So the city currently has a program that defines for residential, you can get this much, for commercial or whatever, that it's defined in the program
And then
that's adopted.
that 5-year adoption, as well as any amendments in between, all has to be ratified by all the other taxing entities.
Aaron, did you have a question?
I was thinking, I was just curious what kind of participation we had on the residential level typically.
We have probably a couple hundred that participate currently.
Over the course of,
So they've come in from whenever they
it's probably been 10 years.
started or whatever. We get new ones every year. So some fall off, some come on throughout that program period.
And if it's helpful at all, in my observation, there's about 3 different categories. You've got developers that this is part of their business model, and they're running the numbers to decide whether they're going to take on a project. The Lee Lofts is an example of that, and they use this and a number of other tools. You've got some experienced developers, flippers that know the program well, and they probably factored into their business model as well. And then you have others that's more happenstance. They plan to do the project anyway, and it just happens to be available to them. Right now, the program puts the onus on the applicant, and we've had conversations for a number of years now about, is it effective? Could it be more effective, especially in terms of infill development and redevelopment of properties? If it were streamlined, a little bit easier to participate in the program, and we do have some discretion at the ratification of the other taxing entities to create a different rebate structure if we thought it'd be more effective.
How often are those boundaries set up?
Well, typically on the 5-year basis, but on occasion, we've had projects come in and say, make a compelling case that they would like to be eligible, and then somewhere in the middle of the 5 years, we go back to the taxing entities. 2-3 years ago, we made about 3 or 4 amendments to those boundaries.
One was the development just south of Market Aid, where Brian Richardson put in, what, 3 or 4 new
Right.
houses? And I think we expanded the boundary to include that.
Does it incentivize home ownership, or the majority of the people take advantage of it, landlords?
I think in my observation, you have a few homeowners that take advantage of it as they're improving their properties. From a redeveloper standpoint, whether they're leasing or they're flipping, I think it does help them either get their business model to be more favorable or possibly market it as a, in addition to the quality of the home and the purchase price, you have this rebate that's available to you. But the individual homeowners, that's probably not where we see the most use of it.
We do have one community organization that does housing for lower income housing that does it on behalf of their, I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. I know in Kansas City, we had like a Chodo that did that for lower income housing participants, and they would come in and build new homes, and they would get those rebates back as an incentive and an ability for them to be able to afford those houses.
I'm
there is-
guessing that people don't know that this is available to them if they're just on their own, where a developer
Right.
may be more aware of this kind of incentive.
Yeah. Okay, so then, slide 21, we're providing you the numbers. We talked about this a little bit last week about our assessed valuations. We're seeing that our total overall increase, which is the value that the city recognizes for their tax purposes, went up to $452,800,000, which is about a 0.41% increase over 2021. I did talk to the county appraiser because we were baffled by all this construction and what's going on. And what he explained to me was they use sales data from 2018 to about October of 2020 to help when determining the value of 2020, the residential properties in 2021. So some of the booms we've been seeing in the last 6 or 8 months were not in those numbers, and we should see those going forward. Also, there was a reduction in commercial real estate value of about 4%, which is about $6 million on our assessed valuation. That offset a lot of the increases that we did see on the residential side because they're all combined in the real estate numbers. And so the real estate went up about 1%. As we know, personal property, based on the 2006 legislation that now exempts new personal property from being taxed, that number continues to go down. We're seeing a 13% decrease in 2022. Oil and gas, state assessed went up a little bit. Oil and gas went up significantly, but it's a pretty small number. As you can see, our TIF value went up a little bit based on the downtown improvements, so that left us with $452 million in assessed valuation, which equates about to $452,000 of tax for every mill rate that we levy.
That, I should probably know this, but that 23.6, that's the regular mill levy, the 6.7 is debt service? What?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Sorry. I
And
kind
the
of skipped that.
4% change in commercial, any speculation about that? We haven't exempted people or something like that out of.
He did not go into any detail about what that included. So I don't honestly know what caused that.
Yeah, but, correct me if I'm wrong, if it were attributable to an exemption, it would first show up in that real estate value, and then it'd be backed out as an exemption. So just the fact that real estate value's flat or shows very little growth.
No, not in what he's thinking, I don't think. If it was an IRB and we were exempting it, then it would never show up in the original value.
Okay.
The exemptions that we're seeing here are pending. So this is somebody that's arguing their value that hasn't been resolved. And in order to keep people whole when they're trying to budget, they're providing those pending exemptions so that we can deduct those out of the value of the property. so that in case the exemptions do come through.
So-
But if it's totally exempt from the very beginning, it would not be included in that number to begin with.
So TIF is backed out after the fact.
TIF is backed out after the fact. The incremental value of the TIF. So the base value of the TIF that we created when it was created is still included in the value of our real estate, but the increment value is backed out of that value because it's all, the whole value is included in the original value, and we have to, because we're not getting taxes on the incremental value, we back that out. Does that make sense?
But to the prior point, that's revenue growth that's foregone.
Right.
It wouldn't cause a deduction.
Right.
No
Where-
reduction.
Right. Or they're saying that there's been a reduction in commercial real estate value.
Right.
Okay.
Right. The middle table is the table of the revenue neutral rate that the county has provided us for 2022. As you can see, that rate overall is 30.452, which would generate about $13.8 million. The current mill levy that we levied in 2021 was 30.650. If we maintain that current mill levy and applied it to the new values, we'd have revenue of about almost $13.9 million. The difference is about $90,000 of gained revenue or lost revenue we would have by going with the revenue neutral rate. Any more questions on property tax?
And I want to pause there. We've talked about revenue neutral, but I know that can be confusing, and I've had conversations with you individually. If it's helpful to, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask as it relates to this new process.
I have
If
my
we were to
notes.
keep our current mill levy where it is, obviously that would require public notification then.
Correct.
So in order to not do the whole public notification and public hearing, then we would have to reduce our mill.
That's
rate-
correct.
Mill levy rate, okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We'd have to reduce it to the 30.452.
Yep.
And we do, just to point out from Mike's comment, we do have to notify the county by July 20th whether we're going to go over that 30.452. And then once we notify them of what that rate's going to be, and we establish a public hearing date, they will send out a notification for all taxing entities on one notification. And then that way, just notifying them at the time, the place, and what that effect on their taxes would be. That responsibility lies with the county. We just have to notify them by July 20th.
And that notification for this year will not be, in the future, it'll be a letter. This year, though, it's not a letter that's actually sent out. It's just a notification published in the paper. But that will change, so.
Oh, okay.
And we will have to bear the expense in the future.
In the future, yes. I was reading, because you made that comment last time, I was reading that there's a fund set up for the first year or 2 years at the state level that will reimburse the county for those costs. But in the future, that cost will be borne by those entities that actually have to publish that. So if there's 4 of us, then we split the cost by 4.
Anybody thrown a number at that? Curious.
The publication cost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I haven't
probably
heard
out
one.
there somewhere, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
I know that Melanie at the library actually got information in terms of what it would cost to do a mailing, and for the life of me, I can't remember, so that's not super helpful, but I know that she's taken a look at it in terms of, the getting the list from the county clerk, getting the postage, paying for their time to generate it, and I want to say it was several $1,000s, so
Right,
by the time you got all that figured in.
right. So then the next revenue type that we'll look at is franchise fees. These are established by agreement with each of the utilities. I can't tell you off the top of my head what they are right now, but I know that the electric was increased to 6% in 2020. So the graphic on page, or slide 22 gives you kind of the year by year of all of them together, what they look like. They're pretty flat. I will remind you that as far as the electric is concerned, there was an effect of the merger of Evergy about a year and a half ago. I think that was 2019, beginning of 2019 or the beginning of 2020. So there were some reductions in fees based on that merger. But even since then, it's pretty flat. I will also note that gas and electric are very determined by weather. So depending on what the weather does in a particular year, those numbers can fluctuate. But as you can see, they're all pretty flat. And you'll see this a little bit more as we get into the detail of each of these. On slide 23, I've provided the gas for the past 5 years, and how, so you can see basically from that one how those numbers fluctuate from month to month, and that is all determined by weather. So gas, you can see that those numbers are fluctuating month to month. Cable and franchise on that same one is lower than prior years for 2021, and that's that orange column. Possibly has to do with unemployment. People are unemployed, they're trying to get, they're reducing their costs that they can. Electric franchise, which is by far the highest dollar one on slide 24, you can see it's pretty consistent. Then you have a lot of the weather months, so when June gets hot and July gets hot, then we can see July and August and September kind of going up in those fees. But that's, like I said, those are really very weather related.
What is video?
Video, I believe, is video companies. I don't know what the name of it is off the top of my head. Zaya, maybe? There's companies, I don't remember.
There are a few franchisees in our right-of-way that have broadband or operate a fiber optic type. It may not be a citywide network, it may be a portion of the community. They go through our
Like
right-of-way.
maybe the hospital has
management
a private.
It's more so a private provider that may be passing through, may be providing service to a customer in a particular part of
So
town.
those are negotiated.
Yeah, we have a
client
right-of-way
that-
management ordinance and a franchise ordinance that's all regulated in terms of state and federal regulations, what we can do. So it's predetermined.
And it's very similar to the the cable and telephone franchise fees, but depending on how the business is classified, sometimes the state has changed the way that you classify them for the franchise. So a lot of them, it's really kind of the same service. I mean, it's usually fiber or some kind of cable that's in the ground. But just depending on the classification, it has to be called video service or telephone service or cable. So it's really kind of confusing at how those businesses are classified.
What about the solid waste franchise fee? How does, I'm a little,
That is calculated internally, and we tried to leave it consistent with what the percentage is for other utilities. We try to leave that as a consistent amount as a percentage of their revenue.
Well,
okay.
and that's a good point. We don't truly franchise trash hauling,
That's what
so
I was trying to-
it's a fee we impose on our service, but we don't impose it on all trash services. It's essentially an interfund transfer, as if we're reimbursing ourselves for the impacts on our street system and staff support and out of the general fund. Some communities, they franchise trash haulers, and there's a fee that the trash hauler pays just for the right of
do we still have
conducting
other
business.
communities bringing trash to our landfill? Did we?
Yeah, we accept outside trash. So we've got
Yeah.
local haulers that are picking up trash in the community and taking it to the landfill, and then outside
Yeah.
haulers can bring trash as well.
So in going with the next highest revenue percentage is the interfund transfers, and these are these are transfers into the general fund from other funds, as categorized by the type of transfer that we designate for each of those types of transfers, typically overhead, computer technology, a payment in lieu of taxes, some sort of franchise fee. But I just wanted to show you the historical data from those fees. We don't intend to increase any of these fees this year at this point in the conversation. Then EMS fees, The next set of graphics show you that the linear trend line for EMS is a slight increase. We do have increases in fees occasionally. We had some last fall. And then the graphic next to that shows you the percent growth in loss, or up and down as far as the growth in revenues from EMS year over year. The average growth over the past 5 years has been about 4.5%. And that's attributable to both the fee structure and to the number of calls that we are receiving for those.
And it's very insurance-driven, Medicare, Medicaid, and so we monitor the maximum reimbursable amount, and so we made an adjustment in the fees to maximize reimbursement from Medicare, Medicaid a couple years ago.
Right. The next revenue source is motor vehicle. This is an estimate that's provided by the county each year. They look at what they've collected in the prior years and give us some estimates. So as you can see, the value of cars are going up, and the revenue's going up. The graphic in the bottom, because it's an estimate provided by the county and we just budget that amount, I wanted to show you how that is comparing to our actual collections. So the blue columns are what the county said we thought we should get, and the green columns are what we actually got. You can see they're pretty close to being spot on. So to me, that just shows me I'm very comfortable with budgeting what they're telling us. We don't have to worry about it being a great reduction in what that amount is. Of these motor vehicle taxes that we collect, about 77.8% go to the general fund, about 22% go to the debt service fund. Municipal court revenues, those are the revenues probably that have had the biggest shift in revenue over the past 10 years. As you can see from the graphic, the revenues have been declining. But what I wanted to provide to you also was the number of cases that have been filed have been declining. And then the detail in the tables really breaks out as far as what types of cases those are, whether it's traffic or criminal. And you can see that those numbers of cases that have been filed have increased. There's also the cases that have been disposed that affect those revenue totals. So there's a lot of information here, but it kind of explains kind of where those numbers, why those numbers have gone where they've gone. And I also have Judge Stoss here that would be happy to explain any of that information if you have any questions about those particular fees.
Yeah, in fairness to Judge Stoss, she's on the receiving end. It starts at the police department, and that's a conversation we've been having for quite a while in terms of their staffing levels, and as their staffing levels are less than full staffing, then they pull back from traffic enforcement.
Just from a theoretical standpoint, if everybody obeyed the law and nobody got in trouble,
We'd go broke, I guess.
well, yeah, I mean, were courts originally set up to?
Be a revenue generator?
Yeah, I hate these.
No.
Thank you.
In fact, part of the conversation we've had as we looked at these numbers is injury. I don't know that we have the statistics, but one of the indicators is injury accidents from a traffic control standpoint. And I can't tell you that there's a sense that a decrease in traffic control has resulted in a significant problem in that regard. Not that we shouldn't do traffic enforcement, but setting aside revenue, if we had, if we identified significant problems, we'd be addressing traffic enforcement just from a pure safety standpoint.
Okay.
So, we're getting back to full staffing. The police department's been staffed as well as it has been in quite some time, and the retention's as good as it's been in quite some time. So, but again, I think Chief Nelson's been before you. We have a handful of people that are in the law enforcement academy. They're on staff, but we got to get them trained up and go through field training and get them released and see if we can't get back to more even keel.
And the reason I was asking it, sometimes folks get a little sour taste in their mouth when they see the positive revenue of the court,
Right.
and then the fees go up the next year.
Well, and I can assure you, and I hope Judge Stoss and Chief Nelson would back me up in that my conversations with staff are, as it relates to municipal court and enforcement, are not revenue-driven. I'm very deliberate for that not to be the case. And we're trying to look at it statistically to see what's going on, but it's not, you got to get your revenue up. It's, what's our staffing level need to be, what's our process need to be. Other communities, not necessarily the case.
And I would concur that in the 3.5 years I've been here, the conversation's always been, how do our fees compare to other fees, not total revenue and those types of things, so. And the last area of revenue that I'm providing some information on is fees and charges, and you can see from this graphic, these numbers go all over the place. I can't explain them specifically why, but what I did try to provide is the top 10 sources of this revenue provides about 79% of the total revenue. So you can see the Kenwood Cove Aquatics provides the majority of that revenue. Street cuts out of Streets Department, Parks and Rec fees are in here, and some of the other engineering and planning and those types of revenues that are in here. And those top 10 over the last 2018 and 2019. I didn't provide 2020 because those numbers we know were not something that we want to look at. So just to give you an idea of what those numbers mean, because we say fees and charges, and it's like, well, what does that mean? So that's why I wanted to provide that. The next slide, slide 30, is really just an overview of those top revenue providers for the general fund, what their average growth, percentage growth is, and then kind of where our assumptions are in the budget that we are providing to you. I will make one change in that on the sales and use tax, we are estimating a 4% increase over 2020, not 2019. That was a typo on my part. So what we did was we took what we collected in 2020 and we increased it by 2% to figure out what we thought we should get in 2021, and another 2% roughly to see what we expected to get in 2022. And as we've mentioned before, as of May, and we know this number is cyclical, our revenue, our collections of sales tax are up about 10% from May of last year. But we see this happen every year, so I would kind of tell you don't be too excited, because we see our numbers go up and then they kind of filter off and they kind of settle in an amount less than what we topped out at, and it's always about this time of the year. So we'll see those numbers move. We don't know what is causing that, as we said, whether it's stimulus, whether it's the extra unemployment that we won't see in 2022, so that's why we're not being too overly optimistic about that 10% at this point. Property tax, we're budgeting at the revenue neutral rate. As I showed on that slide, any adjustment in that rate would get us additional money. Even if we went to our current rate, would get us about $90,000. We're not anticipating any changes to interfund transfers. EMS, we're doing 4.65% over 2020, again, over a 2-year period. Motor vehicle, the percentage increase is based on that estimate that the cities or the counties provided us. Municipal court, we're holding flat over 2019 because we know that those numbers, while we know the police department is ramping up in employees, we know that those numbers have been dropping, so we're being hopefully conservative enough at 0% growth. Fees and charges, we're going 4.16% over 2019. That average growth is about 0.02, but again, that's over 3 years now, 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 21, and 21 to 22. So that's about 1.4% growth a year. And that's all I have. If you can see by my question tab, I don't know if anybody caught it, the lady with her head like this.
Yeah.
I knew that's where we would be.
But-
That was intentional, because that's how I felt last week.
And I would tell you that we've had enough conversation, at the staff level in terms of those initial budget requests from the departments, and we recognize we need to work those to try to get them back to the revenue projections. But for the most part, the departments did a great job of holding the line on 2019, but we still have some unavoidable growth there, and we have some identified needs. And so while we have revenue growth here, I have every reason to expect we're going to be right back in that same conversation we've had year after year, that if we hold the line, this might be enough to get us into the next year without pay raises. Or at least this is not enough growth in and of itself to support significant, pay raises. And that takes us back to the conversation we have annually about our willingness to increase taxes for that purpose. I think I've shared with you as a group and individually, this year feels as odd as any to be talking about fund balances and stimulus money and significant dollar amounts available for one-time expenditures. But we've had this conversation time and time again about the lack of year-over-year growth to support expansion in that ongoing budget. And that's the challenge we're going to be up against again. As Debbie said at the outset, the first question is, what's our comfort level with assumptions about revenue? That then helps us kind of bring you back a comparison of how the budget shakes out as it currently sits, and then we can start having a detailed conversation about where we go from there. So I'm just trying to forewarn you, 4% in any individual line item does not convey 4% across the budget, nor does it convey, 4% of salary increases. When personnel expenses are 70% of the overall budget, it just doesn't translate one for one.
Right. Any further questions for staff? Anything that we should be looking ahead to next week?
Next week, we do have outside agencies scheduled to come in. We will try to tie down our total allocation dollars for some of the sub-CIP, because as we know, some of that, we've made recommendations to maybe spend a little bit more or put aside some money for some of those allocations. We're hoping to get some of the pay plan things to get put together. Then we still have a lot of work to do. We have a deadline. I was telling Mike, although I thought we were worse off than we are, the letter that came from the county said we needed to notify them by July 20th, which gives us another week, another meeting in there on the 19th. So our anticipation is that we'll talk about some of these wrap-up things next week. The 12th, which would be our next meeting, we talk about our issues and options, which is when we really need to make those decisions as far as support for outside agencies, property tax, salaries, those types of things. We'll get that information from you, that consensus, and then on the 19th, we would bring back the results of all that in hopes that we can provide then on the 19th to set that rate, that property tax rate, and determine whether it's going to go over the revenue neutral rate and set public hearing dates.
Right. Exciting budget times.
There's a
Are
lot
we
of-
going to be meeting again at 2 o'clock next week? Is that the anticipation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess with that, we will adjourn until 4. Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and call the June 21st, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting to order. And first, confirm with staff that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will proceed to roll call.
Mayor Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Peck.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
If you're able, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we'll start with awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of June 19, 2021 as the 156th anniversary of Juneteenth in the city of Salina. Gabriel Sharp will read the proclamation.
All right, Mr. Sharp, if you'd like to step up to the podium and adjust the mic so that it's comfortable for you.
There we go.
Perfect.
This is the thing for Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day, is a holiday celebrating the emancipation of those who have been enslaved in the United States. And whereas on June 19, 1865, General Gordon Granger announced that slaves in Texas were free by order of the President of the United States. The announcement came 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which had become official January 1, 1863. And whereas Freedom in Texas organized the first of what became the annual celebration of Jubilee Day on June 19th, and whereas June 19th has a special meaning to Black Americans, and it's called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated for over 150 years. Whereas the city of Salina encourages everyone to observe Juneteenth as an opportunity to reflect, rejoice, and plan for a brighter future as we continue to address racial injustices in our society today. And whereas the U.S. Senate unanimously recognized the importance of Juneteenth and unanimously passed a bill Tuesday to recognize June 19th as an official federal holiday. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city commissioners of the city of Salina do hereby recognize June 19th, 2021 as the 156th anniversary of Juneteenth, and urge everyone to become more aware of the significance of the celebration in Black history and the heritage of our nation and town. Proclaimed this 21st day of June 2021.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. You did a great job, and thank you for reading today. If you'd like to come forward, I have a copy, the official copy of the proclamation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And when that proclamation was written, we didn't know it yet, but we officially have a new federal holiday. So we add Juneteenth, the recognition of Juneteenth to our list of federal holidays. And I'd like to again thank Mr. Sharp for doing such a great job on reading the proclamation. This takes us to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for members of the community to approach the commission and speak on any item that's not on today's agenda. We would ask that you identify yourself and where you're from and limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Norman Mantle, Salina. Who is the liaison with the Salina Airport Authority? Is anybody on the board? Dr. Davis, thank you.
Well, not on the board, but liaison. It's a slight difference. I don't vote on their board. I attend the meetings.
But you raised concerns with them?
I could, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. And I think that we have at least two kind of distinct groups today, and I don't normally like ask people to speak in block, but I think today it probably makes sense. I see that we have some representatives from Salina Media Connection here, and I see that we also have some representatives of car dealers. And so I would propose that we go ahead and start with people who are here to speak on one of the issues, and then go to the people that are here to speak on the other issue, and then we can kind of get to everyone else as kind of the cleanup at the end. So I would invite the folks that are here to speak about Salina Media Connection, if you'd like to come forward and speak to the commission.
Hello there. My name's Zach Bloomquist. I currently live in Los Angeles, California, but I grew up here in Salina. And I wanted to speak today to, explain my support and relationship with Salina Media Connection and how it's kind of like started my entire, from my education to my career now as a video editor and cinematographer in Los Angeles. I started at Salina Media Connection when I was 13 years old and volunteered there, and the volunteers there put up with me as a very hyperactive 13-year-old child, which I'm very grateful for, because it gave me a real leg up and an ability to take on video editing projects and cinematography projects throughout college and work professionally as a video editor. And, we don't have resources like that everywhere here in the Midwest. And I didn't stay in Salina, but I come back often. I was just working there today. And it's an amazing team, and I'm proud of the city of Salina for supporting it for this many years. 13 was 14 years ago for me, and it's great that I can go back there and it's still like home. So I just want to explain how important that is to kids in our community, and ask that you continue to support it as you have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloomquist. It's really good to hear from people who have gone on to successful careers and use this as a springboard, so thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Francis Flax, 624 Starlight Drive, Salina, Kansas. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the Salina Media Company through a business, the Salina Liberty Indoor Football Team. We have, the Salina Liberty is a locally owned, 6 businessmen from the community that own the Liberty. We've been in existence for several years now, and without local support, and we have over 200 local sponsors in our community, and if you've never been to a game, you ought to come to one. It's amazing the support that we have. But as an organization, we strive to do all or the majority of our business locally, and that includes the video taping of our games, which are on YouTube every week that we play. And these people do an amazing job for us. We get rave reviews from the different teams throughout the United States that we play against. And by using them, we stay local. We tried one year to go to an outside organization to film our games, and it was a disaster. And what I see is the pride that they take and the training that they give. Some of these people that are filming our games this year, I can remember when they were running around, doing odd jobs and stuff for the Salina Media Group. And so I'm just here to thank you for having me, and please consider them to stay the way they are within the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flax.
Hello, I'm Heidi Fireherm-Smith, and I am from here in Salina. And I'm Chloe's mom, first and foremost, and I'm the founder of the Love Chloe Foundation. We're based right here in Salina, and we help families all across the central Kansas area with when they have a child diagnosed with cancer. We're able to step up and help them financially and with other resources so that they're not kind of stuck in the dark. So what we do in the community and the fundraisers that we put on are integral in our support for these families. We rely a lot on in-person events. This year alone, we have our golf and gala coming up in October, and we have a run coming up in July 17th. But last year with COVID, we were kind of knocked back because we couldn't have in-person events. And so when it came time to have our annual golf and gala, which typically brings in about 300 or 350 people, and our last in-person gala brought in over $100,000 in the community. So this was a big deal for us. So when we realized we weren't going to be able to have an in-person event, we were kind of stuck in the dark. And we reached out to Salina Media Connection, and they had open arms, and they said, we'll help you, we'll do a live streaming event. And we were able to continue on. We were still able to do our gala in a modified way. We had to go virtual, so they helped us with putting our videos together and making sure the live streaming worked seamlessly on YouTube. It was a huge part in what we did, and we just wouldn't have been able to have an event without them stepping up. They also have been able to share about our events coming up and all that, and so they really made a huge difference in what we did, and without that, we wouldn't have been able to bring in what we did, and we wouldn't have been able to help as many families as we have over the last year because cancer didn't stop, and we still had lots of families needing help. So. But I appreciate you letting us speak, and hopefully you'll continue to support Salina Media Connection. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you on behalf of pediatric cancer patients and their families everywhere for your work with Love Chloe.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Eric Frank, the Development Director for Catholic Charities of Northern Kansas. Our home office is here in Salina at 1500 South 9th. It's referred to as the old Dillon's building, and we also have offices in Hayes and Manhattan. And we serve 31 counties of north and northwestern Kansas. We have several different services to help children and families, from financial and housing assistance to basic needs such as food, shelter, and clothing, also diapers. We have counseling services and adoption and pregnancy services and immigration legal services. And we help people all over those 31 counties with those services. And we helped probably about 7,000 families and children last year. And what I'm here today to tell you about is we normally put an event together each year. It's our annual fundraiser, and it raises about $300,000. And it's an in-person event. And last year with the pandemic, we were really just paralyzed on what we could do because we couldn't do an in-person event. And after several meetings and discussion, we reached out to the Salina Media Connection to ask for help to see if they couldn't do something to help us do something online. And they helped us, just like the previous story, they were just incredible and jumped on board right away to help us put it all together. I mean, it was actually a TV production, and we're nonprofit staff. We don't have that, we don't have the resources, we don't have the experience to do something like that. And they put it all together for us with a lot of work, a lot of meetings. And we were pretty stressed about losing that extra funding. And after what they did and what they helped us do, I really don't know what we would have done without their help. I really don't know. We were pretty worried about it. And we actually went over our goal. I think we raised about $325,000 just because of what they did. But they also helped us reach out to people in several other counties of our service area that tuned in to watch our event to see what all we were doing. But that probably helped us raise even more money. So I'm just here to say, please help Salina Media Connection do what they do, because they have helped a lot of families and children as far as our services are concerned, and it was critical to what we do. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, Mr. Frank. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about Salina Media Connection?
My name is Colin Crowder. I'm here in Salina.
One of the main things I want to talk about in support of Salina Media Connection was the work that we do for Friday Night Football, which is separate from the Liberty football. So Friday Night Football, we film the Salina Central and Salina South football games, and I'm one of the co-hosts alongside Charles Ross. I have just a great production that we put on. And one of the things I want to talk about was the Player of the Week that we do at the very end. So when we have the Player of the Week, either be South or Central, win or lose, we get a player up there, we interview them. We even get them a plaque about whatever game they played in and what they did. But one thing I thought about was in addition to even interviewing the coaches after the game, we're the only on-camera guest presentation that we have for Salina and those kids, where the paper may get a quote from a kid like afterwards, and where the radio does interview the kids, but you have to wait till the next morning to do the coaches show. We're actually the only on-camera presentation that other people have. And in addition to that, we've had teams from Emporia, Valley Center, whatnot. There was even a few years ago where Salina Central played Lawton, Oklahoma. And, a lot of people from Lawton, Oklahoma couldn't come to Salina Stadium to see that, but they were able to watch that on either Access or online on YouTube. So that was just some of the things I was wanting to think of. In addition, with having kids on camera, I think it's really cool that if somebody was going to be recruiting, say, John Doe or something, a player for Salina South, Salina Central, and they want to see how these kids present themselves in the media, because especially when you get up to junior college, NCAA levels, you are being interviewed on camera, either on paper and stuff like that. So that's another way for kids or for parents or coaches to see recruiters, to see how does this kid prepare in the kind of eyes of the media. So yeah, I just think that just the availability that we have and just how what we do is so unique that Salina doesn't do, whether it be on camera or whatnot. And I think just the access of Salina Media Connection is so, no pun intended, is so cool. Just mostly because of those things. So just want to have support for them. In addition to my own show I do with card videos and stuff like that, I do a lot of work with the arena in Salina, Kansas, and that kind of brings business in there too. I've had people mention that they see my videos and such, so just want to offer my support for them. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowder.
David Norland, 608 East Republic, and I'm glad to hear representation of the variety of programming and services that Salina Media Connection has offered. I know, commissioners, that you probably know what my primary interest is in, and it is in public dialogue. I also, in thinking about the benefits that SMC has provided, or Access TV, whatever you would like to call it, over time, whatever trips off the tongue. For example, during COVID times, we have references to events that could not have happened and gained attention had it not been for Salina Media Connection. One of those, of course, was the election we held in November. And the candidates were available online so that people could go on demand on YouTube or on the channel, and if they wanted to, find out about those candidates. I'm sure that there's no group of people in Salina who are more aware of the fact that there's an election coming up than perhaps you are. So I'll spare any other editorial comment, but that service is there for people to assess the candidates that they want to lead them in city, state, and whatever. One other brief comment, and again, as I have said, I think that the most important thing for me about Salina Media Connection is the fact that it provides an avenue for citizens to actually talk to one another. Whether it's an individual putting forth their own viewpoint on a show, or whether it's people around a table putting their viewpoints forward, or a panel, whatever the format. But I was made particularly aware of that, and I'm very conscious that I may be passing on gossip. So I will tell you that I have heard that a group of Salina citizens attended the school board. They were very concerned about teaching critical race theory, which is not taught K through 12. It's a matter of university study, and a recent one at that, at a particularly critical moment in our nation's and this city's history. It is rumored that they also broke into the executive session and demanded to be heard. From my perspective, that's on the basis of misinformation that's now being spread nationally and locally. And although I have not talked to the staff about this, what I could envision are two or a set of individuals who have differing views about that, and I think it's very critical to talk about that after the celebration and recognition of Juneteenth, that we've got to come together. And if there is a place where people can get other perspectives, I think the Salina Media Connection is the place that would happen. But in order to do it, Commissioners, as you know, it requires adequate funding. And no doubt we'll be talking about that later. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norland. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about Salina Media Connection? And if not, I would thank the car dealers for their patience and invite that group of people to speak next.
Thank you all for listening to our concerns today. I think you've all received a copy of our analysis concerning leasing. Hopefully you've had time to review that analysis. We're impressed with Jacob's analysis, but disappointed that we were not given an opportunity to be part of that discussion. As longtime automotive professionals here in Salina, I, for one, was leasing vehicles before Enterprise was even a company, and would put my knowledge against anyone, and I do not believe leasing is the right answer for the city. Our analysis shows that leasing will increase the city's costs from $160,000 to $250,000 a year. That's $2.5 million over 10 years. Leasing is nothing more than a sophisticated loan for an automobile. By leasing, the city will be taking out a long-term $4 million loan without public input at rates significantly higher than what the city can borrow. In addition, these are all open-end leases, which means the city's at risk for the value at the end of the lease term. It's such a high risk that the federal government outlawed open-end leases for individuals, left it open for companies, but not for individuals. We'd be happy to work with Jacob or whoever he would assign to share our knowledge in an effort to arrive at processes that can solve the vehicle concerns at significantly less cost for the city. One of the things that Enterprise talked about was trading vehicles annually because of the really significant discounts government gets. That's a no-brainer. It's easy to do. It takes maybe 5 minutes to show the city staff how to do that. Today, we're asking the City Commission to vote to rescind the approval to sign a contract with the Enterprise pending further review, and ask staff to determine an alternative that would work to resolve the crisis at less cost. After further review, you may decide that leasing is what you want to do, and if in fact that is the decision, then we'll ask that we be given an opportunity to bid as well. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. And I should add that city staff did make sure that we were provided with the invoices that you dropped off to the city manager's office. We have an invoice from Long MacArthur and one from Marshall Motor Company. So I did want to let you know that in addition to your email, we are in receipt of the documents that were dropped off.
That's, those were attachments that should have been, but I did not get them attached. And just really trying to show you all that, in fact, right now, we're selling vehicles to the city of Salina and have for 50 years, really, with absolutely no profit involved. And Law MacArthur and ourselves have been the two primary bidders over the years. We'd be certainly happy to have somebody, city staff, audit the city deals, just so you can satisfy that, in fact, what we're saying is true. Yeah.
Great.
Are there any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else from, that wants to speak on the enterprise issue from the public?
Mayor Hodges, rest of the commissioners, my name's North MacArthur, and I'm the president of Law MacArthur. I'm up here pretty much to support Larry, and when I looked at what he had written, I said, that is something that certainly needs to be looked at again, just because of the fact that, as he said previously, we weren't really given the opportunity to bid on something of this nature. And when you commit somebody or a city or a municipality to a 5-year program, you got to look at more than just one look at it and one take of it. And did anybody have any questions for either one of us? Because I also brought my leasing manager with me that has figured out bids through all the years on that.
I don't know that, I don't know that we're prepared to do any questions, but I do appreciate the fact that
Okay.
you brought your leasing manager
Yeah.
here with
Okay.
you today.
And thank you very much for your time and listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. MacArthur.
Hello, my name is John Blanchard. I'm really impressed with Mr. MacArthur and Mr. Marshall being here. Can you answer, was action taken on this last week?
I'm going to look to staff. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
Last week.
I believe it was last week.
Okay.
And the reason I ask is that the question or the request that Mr. Marshall made was that you take another look at this. And as all of you know, and as a parliamentarian knows, that you can do that. I think you all voted in favor of that, so it would just take one of you to make a motion to reconsider. It would take a second, and then it would take a vote. You can bring it back. They're here. They can answer any questions that you might have. Their leasing agent is here. I think they're asking for another bite at the apple. I think there is a process by which you can accommodate them. And I think this kind of goes back to when we say that community engagement is important. We have a lot of human capital in this community that we don't ever ask advice from. And I think we have an awful lot of expertise in the room here right now. I think as leaders, I think you should take the opportunity to use these folks. One of you, please make a motion to reconsider. Second it, open it back up, and if you have to put it on the table or whatever, I'm at a loss of words for, if you can't make the final determination today, at least postpone consideration to a date certain and bring it back when you can really plug into the expertise that these gentlemen have showed up and have graciously offered. So I hope that you will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Dalton, City of Salina. I'd have to agree. Why don't we just start, even if it's more expensive, start dealing with the local people than your national companies like the one you're dealing with. And I look at the bids quite often on the city website. I do not believe that ever even went out for bid. I believe legally you're supposed to have it out for bid.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. If there's no one else to speak to the contract with Enterprise, I guess I would look at my fellow commissioners to see, and at staff, in terms of our options at this point. First of all, whether or not there's a consensus on the commission to reconsider our earlier decision, and probably first, more importantly, where we're at in terms of the Enterprise contract at this point, since we have been signed, since we signed that last week.
Yes, the contract's signed and executed and returned. Staff had a meeting with a representative of Enterprise last week about fleet, inventorying the fleet, and kind of getting started on that process. But having said that, it's an open-ended agreement, and we haven't entered into any leases on vehicles. There's no obligation to lease a particular vehicle or a particular number of vehicles. So while we have an agreement, it doesn't fully bind you if you wish to reconsider. I'm looking to Jacob, but I confirm that.
I'm
I didn't
getting the
misspeak,
nod
but, yep.
from the staff member that's been.
Sake of doing this, I guess, in the proper fashion, even if we end up taking no action, I imagine we would need to have this added to our agenda later on during this meeting if we wish to discuss it. Otherwise, we're getting to a
Right.
full-fledged discussion out of turn here. So I move that we add to the agenda a discussion of the Enterprise lease.
And we could add that to the agenda under other business, Mr. Bankston? Or could we add that to the end of the agenda as item 8.2, since that's under development business?
Am I correct that that would normally be an administration item? I think it's at your discretion as to
Okay.
when in the meeting you wish to consider
Okay.
the matter.
Would it be appropriate to do it today, or would it be appropriate to reconsider at a certain date, with that date maybe being next week, to give staff an opportunity to put a little bit more information or get questions from the commission?
Under your rules, the critical step would be the motion to reconsider. But as to when you take the item up, should that motion to reconsider prevail, is at your discretion also.
And I'm sorry, we do have a motion on.
Yours wasn't a motion to reconsider necessarily, was it?
Yeah, mine was just to add it to the agenda so we can even have the discussion. But am I correct, the motion to reconsider that would have to be made at today's meeting?
Yes, that was my.
Right.
Could it
So
be?
my motion is just to add it to the agenda so we can discuss it.
Okay. And I would suggest then, since that normally comes under administration, that we add that as item 7.4, if we choose to add that to today's agenda. And we do have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to add an item 7.4, a motion to reconsider, or how did you, Commissioner Davis said that better than I did, just to add it to the agenda
To discuss the enterprise leasing agreement.
All right. And if we don't have anyone on phone, do we have anyone participating via phone? Okay. Then we can just do a voice vote. All those in favor of adding item 7.4, motion to reconsider the enterprise contract, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0, and we will put that under item 7.4.
Technically, it's a motion to discuss.
Motion to discuss.
Not
I'm
discuss.
sorry. I knew I was going to misstate that, and sure enough, I did. Okay, so we'll take that up a little bit later on. turning to other issues that citizens may be here to speak upon, is there anyone else who would like to participate in Citizens Forum, either here physically or virtually? All right, not seeing anyone. We will go ahead and move on to item 5.1. And I understand that Commissioner Hoppick will need to be recusing himself on this item.
Item 5.1, report on petition 4410 requesting vacation of an existing utility easement and approve ordinance number 21-11063, vacating the existing utility easement located at 3344 Scanlon Avenue on first reading.
As Mayor Hodges commented, I will be recusing myself due to a conflict on this item.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will declare the public hearing open and hear the staff report from Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you is petition number 4410. It was filed by Elizabeth Naylor as a member of the Score Right Properties LLC, which owns property that's addressed as 3344 Scanlon Avenue. And that was a longtime location of PowerAd, which was a sign and scoreboard manufacturer. And they have closed their doors, and the building at that location is vacant. And there is a party that's interested in purchasing and reusing that building, but they're interested in both lots 8 and 7, and those lots are bisected by a 35-foot utility easement that runs between them. And their agreement to purchase the property is contingent on this utility easement being vacated. So the current owners have filed this petition. The prospective owners would like to add a covered loading dock at the rear of the building, and the location of that easement would not allow that addition to be constructed as proposed. We have sent this out to review to all local public and franchise utilities, and they report not having any active service lines within the easement area, and there are no objections to the easement being vacated. Because Score Right Properties owns both lots abutting the easement, there's not anybody else that would be affected should the easement be vacated. So if you agree that no private rights will be injured by the proposed utility easement vacation and the public will suffer no loss or inconvenience if this portion is vacated, you could approve the attached ordinance 21-11063 vacating the easement on first reading. You could postpone consideration of this matter if you feel like you need additional information either from staff or from the petitioner, or you could deny the petition if you find it's not in the public interest to vacate the easement at this time. Staff would recommend that the Commission approve the attached ordinance vacating this existing north-south easement because it does not serve any public purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Are there any questions for staff?
None.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Andrew.
you.
Appreciate it. Are there any questions or comments from the public? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11063, vacating the existing utility easement on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11063. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. And if we could recall Commissioner Hoppick, there he is. We'll get him back in place. And welcome back, and we will move on to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of June 14, 2021.
Would the commission like to remove the minutes from the consent agenda for discussion or correction? No?
Move we approve the minutes of June 14th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 6.1, the minutes of June 14th, 2021. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Which takes us on to administration, item 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve resolution number 21-7967, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property casualty insurance program, including the optional umbrella liability quote and an agreement with HDI for a cyber liability policy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Nancy Schessler. I'm the city's risk manager, and I'm here to talk about resolution number 217967, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property casualty insurance program, including the optional umbrella quote for $514,069, and an agreement with HDI for a cyber liability policy of $10,754. So as you know, the city purchases property and casualty insurance for various exposures, such as buildings, equipment, auto, crime, law enforcement, just to name a few. And we currently insure through Travelers. And in with the report that I provided, you should also have a detailed renewal proposal that Assurance Partners put together on working with Travelers to prepare the city's 2021-2022 renewal proposal. So you should have that. Basically, we can't go directly to an insurance carrier as a municipality, so we have to utilize an insurance broker, and we utilize local broker Assurance Partners, and they act as our intermediary. In addition, we use a consulting services, an insurance consultant, Charles Worth Consulting, to basically act as an extension of staff, a contractual extension, and he provides advice during the renewal time. Both parties actually provide a plethora of services, but this time of year, we concentrate heavily on program renewal. I apologize, I can't speak. But anyway, the reason we heavily concentrate on their expertise this time of year is because our policies are actually getting ready to expire at the end of this month on June 30th. So at the beginning of 2021, we started to hear rumblings that we could, basically see anywhere between 10 to 15% as a rate renewal increase. But as we started the actual process heavily and Assurance Partners started speaking with Travelers specifically, they advised they intended on taking an overall rate increase of only 7%, which was really good news. And in addition to that only 7% increase, there are a very limited number of carriers in the marketplace that are willing to insure and cover a city our size. And we had just gone out to market the last 2 years. So all of those things added up together, we all talked and discussed and decided that we weren't going to go out to market for the third year in a row. So on the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, I want to point out, basically this is by line item, the expiring Travelers premium is on the very first numeric column. And then the renewal proposal is in that second column. And then basically the percentage difference between the expiring premium and the proposal is provided in that final premium change column. And then I also added a rate change, because that's basically what Travelers, promised us, is that we couldn't see any higher than a 7% rate increase. And so if you look at the bottom of that table, they did in fact provide for a 7% rate increase, and you can see that they provided for a 12% premium increase. And basically the premium's determined by using rate times exposure. So the premium increase that you're seeing is due to the combination of rate and exposure changes. So and below that table, I basically took all the lines of coverage that we currently have through Travelers, and I provided more of a narrative type discussion for each line of coverage as to why you're seeing maybe a certain rate increase or decrease, and also why you're seeing a specific premium. So all of that's there. I'm not necessarily planning to go through each item with you, but if you do have questions at the end of the presentation, I'd be happy to answer any of those for you. But I did want to call out specifically at the top of page 3, I wanted to let you know that Travelers is aware of the transition that the city is potentially making over the next few years, contracting with Enterprise to replace around 150 city-owned units with new leased vehicles. So as you can, I'm sure as you were explained that program, a lot of those vehicles that those 150 vehicles that we currently insure do not carry full coverage due to their age. So we all know that we're going to start seeing some premium increases, and we were trying to get an idea of what we might see over the next couple of years. as far as premium increases. So Assurance Partners worked those numbers for us, and they were able to determine that the increase for 2022 would be around just over $6,000, and then for 2023 it'd be just over $500. And the reason you see that kind of a difference is because that first year we're looking at replacing 79 units and getting 79 new units, but that second year we dropped down to only like 19. So that's why there's kind of that big difference in cost. So while coverage and conditions and costs are all really important to us, so are the services a carrier would provide to us. We've been doing business with Travelers over 20 years, and in addition to their competitive pricing, we get to experience exceptional claims management. I work with them on a daily basis, and we take advantage of their comprehensive online resources and partnerships that they share with their clients. But one of the most valuable assets that they provide is access to a specialist in risk control. And that service, basically, they come and they do site visits, and they help to basically look for any potential risks. So that's their goal, is trying to help reduce risk for the city. So most recently, we had staff from Travelers here to look at the tennis courts. That was one of the areas that they were looking at, the condition of the tennis courts. Last year, they were here and they were looking at the new police department training facility. And we've recently looked at Memorial Hall. So every year we're looking at something new, something different, and we can invite him out, or he can come and anytime he wants to. So it's a great feature. So jumping into the fiscal note, we budgeted for 2021 for insurance and bonds line item, $512,106. We've currently spent $47,520, and we have a remaining $464,586. And Travelers' proposal, including the HDI cyber policy, is $514,810. So unfortunately, as you can tell, we do have a shortage in that line item of $50,224. So we have received guidance from Finance Director Debbie Pack, and she said that that additional money needed would have to come from savings in other line items in the general fund, or there would be a need for a year-end budget amendment. Moving on the top of page 4, at Charlesworth's suggestion, Assurance Partners approached Travelers for optional quotes to either increase the law enforcement liability limits or to increase the umbrella limits and include law enforcement liability. Because currently our umbrella policy only covers general liability claims. It does not cover law enforcement or any others. So the two Travelers quotes are shown on the table below on page 4. We currently have a $1 million per occurrence and a $2 million aggregate law enforcement liability coverage. And so Travelers quoted a $2 million per occurrence and a $2 million aggregate. And so the difference between their base original quote from what we currently have to the increased optional quote, we would see an increase of $5,307. The second option that they provided was increasing our current $5 million per occurrence umbrella liability policy and $5 million aggregate. They would increase it to $6 million per occurrence and $7 million aggregate. And so the difference between the current coverage to their increased option would be a difference of $10,013 increase. And staff and Charlesworth and Assurance Partners all agree that if the budget allows for it, that adding the law enforcement liability to the umbrella and raising the limits makes the most sense. And we have, once again, looked to Finance Director Debbie Pack. We've consulted her. And if we add what we're already short in the insurance line item shown on page 3, that $50,224, and the cost of transitioning the umbrella liability coverage, including law enforcement, it would be the $10,013. And between the two, that total increase in premium is $60,237. So, and as I shared earlier in the report, the additional costs would come from savings and other line items in the general fund or a year-end budget amendment. I have provided some options for the commission to take. So option 1 would be to approve resolution number 217967, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property casualty insurance program, including the optional umbrella liability quote, for $514,069, and an agreement with HDI for cyber liability policy of $10,754. Option 2 is to approve resolution number 217967 with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. Option 3, you can postpone consideration of resolution number 217967 to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments that you would like to request for future consideration. Or option 4 would be to vote to deny Resolution 217967, resulting in no property casualty insurance protection for potential losses. Staff recommends option 1, approving Resolution 217967. And I will stand for any questions. And in addition to me here today, we do have Mark Skidmore is here from Assurance Partners, and James Charlesworth came all the way from the Kansas City area representing Charlesworth Consulting. And hopefully between the three of us, if you have any questions, we'll be able to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Schischler. Any questions for staff?
I guess, Mike, one question would be that they state that adding the law enforcement liability to the umbrella and raising the limits makes the most sense. Is that based on history throughout the country? What's the reasoning for that?
What we're currently seeing now, Charlesworth Consulting had recommended that we look, our limits are quite low, and with the condition of what we're seeing in the country, I mean, just one claim could, eat up the $1 million per occurrence coverage that we have in an instant. It's just not enough. They're seeing from claims that they're having currently that it's not enough. And we went to Mike and asked where we get that money, and I think the only place you go is you raise sales tax. So I think is kind of what he said. So, and I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to try to raise those limits if we can afford that, if we can budget for that. James Charlesworth might even think that that's still a little low, but it's a good place to start. And so under that umbrella limit, the way it's different by lowering or by raising just the law enforcement liability limit, those are the only kind of claims that line of coverage would see. But if you raise the umbrella limit, the only two types of coverage that would see those limits are general liability claims that we currently have, and then any law enforcement. So if you're getting a greater amount of coverage, yes, it's $5,000 more than just raising the general or the law enforcement liability coverage, but by putting it under the umbrella, we have a greater amount of coverage. So unfortunately, yes, it is necessary. We haven't seen anything, luckily, but the
You
potential's
get broader
there.
coverage and you get higher limits,
Yeah.
both,
Right.
with the umbrella.
It's just a lot of money to pay for something that may never happen, but
I know.
Lord help you if it happens and you don't have it. Yeah.
Setting aside the law enforcement question, this is an example of an ongoing expense that we don't have a lot of control of. We, whether it's this or other items, we go to market when we think it's appropriate, but 3 years in a row with not a lot of progress the last 2 years, we don't control all the variables, and so we've got quite a bit of just pass through from the industry, and then we have the law enforcement question that's kind of unique this year.
Any other questions for staff or for Mr. Charlesworth? Or okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Ms. Schischler.
Sure.
Do we have any questions or comments from the public? And if not, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-7967, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Travelers for the renewal of the city's comprehensive property/casualty insurance program, including the optional umbrella liability quote of $514,069, and agreement with HDI for a cyber liability policy of $10,754.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7967. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 7.2.
Item 7.2, approve ordinance number 21-11052, amending the Salina Code pertaining to prohibitions of smoking and the use of electronic cigarettes in enclosed public places, public meetings, and enclosed places of employment, prohibitions of smoking, the use of electronic cigarettes, and the use of tobacco products in city outdoor recreational areas, and repealing the existing sections.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton.
And I may actually jump in first. This was definitely a tag team effort by Mr. Cotton and Mr. Basin. As you know, we kind of had initial citizen contact about banning smoking in city parks. And that quickly started to interrelate the indoor air ordinance. So it may be necessary for these two to kind of tag team answering your questions, depending on the topic.
All right, well, we'll start out with Mr. Cotton.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hodges and members of the commission. Chris Cotton, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm here today to discuss tobacco and vape-free parks and recreation facilities through the adoption of Ordinance 21-11052. Expanding the scope of existing Ordinance 09-10481 will help to protect the children of Salina from the risks associated with breathing in secondhand smoke and secondhand vape aerosol. This will recognize that as a matter of public health, the need to breathe smoke-free and vapor-free air has priority over the choice to smoke or to use electronic cigarettes in the parks and recreation system. Secondhand smoke has led to over 2.5 million deaths since the effects began to be studied in 1964. Babies and children who are regular users of the park system that breathe secondhand smoke are at higher risk of bronchitis, pneumonia, and ear infections than those that are not exposed to secondhand smoke. For children with asthma, breathing secondhand smoke and secondhand vape aerosol can trigger an asthma attack. While the act of smoking has been discouraged at parks and recreation facilities to help protect the children, there's no current law or mandate to protect the children utilizing these facilities. Around most any City of Salina playground, athletic facility, or bleachers, you will find discarded cigarette butts. These are the areas that children play, exercise, and participate in youth sports. These areas should be safe from breathing in the toxic chemicals emitted by smoking or vaping and allow our children to play and participate freely without running through a cloud of smoke or the sweet smell of vape mist. There are over 60 chemicals in secondhand vape aerosol and secondhand smoke that can cause cancer. 60.4% of citizens that responded to the poll for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan supported banning smoking at city parks. And as you may be aware, this very building and the campus it sits on became tobacco and vape-free last June 2020. The only exemption to this request in the Parks and Recreation system is for the municipal golf course. Neither the current city ordinance nor the proposed ordinance regulates or prohibits smoking or vaping on golf courses such as the Country Club or Great Life. Providing an exemption for the municipal golf course would ensure that the muni is treated in the same manner as other golf courses in the community and across the nation. As an additional component of the ordinance, this update will address the use of e-cigarettes in all public places and to bring it in line with existing ordinance language prohibiting smoking in public places. This would address all public places, taxi cabs, limousines, restrooms, lobbies, hallways, and other common areas in public and private buildings and hotels, access points of buildings and facilities, and finally, any place of employment. This is an initiative supported by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and will supply the city with the necessary signage to properly sign our parks and facilities. At this time, staff requests approval of Ordinance 21-11052 and will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. Do you have anything to add at this point, Mr. Bankston?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Only the primary point, the blue sheet contains the narrative relating to the Kansas Clean Air Act. As you know, Salina was a leader in the state in terms of the regulation of smoking in public places. And as a result, the Kansas Clean Air Act actually came after our ordinance. One thing that the Clean Air Act does, it specifically acknowledges the ability for local municipalities to regulate in this area. The only parameters that they provide are that any local regulation has to be at least as stringent as the state act. So to the extent the city might wish, it can regulate in a more stringent manner than the Kansas Clean Air Act. So part of the process, excuse me, it gave us an opportunity to examine our current ordinance and to the extent possible, and as you saw, many of the changes were, as much as anything, trying to bring the two together so that anyone looking at them side by side could see where they are in common and could hopefully fairly readily see also, depending on your determination this evening, the proposed action is certainly more stringent than the state Clean Air Act, and that hopefully would be apparent to anyone reading the proposed ordinance and in the way that that was done. So we as you, I'm sure, saw, there are places where definitions are adapted more to the state act, but yet we have a certain amount of policy with both the looking at the prohibition of the use of electronic cigarettes, as well as the prohibition of the use of tobacco products in the city's recreation areas. The only other thing that I would mention, as you probably noted, we do want to be sure we have your direction on those two policy questions that were raised. Our current ordinance speaks to common areas in motels and hotels. The state law, again, following after hours, addressed smoking in the actual guest rooms and required that motels and hotels have at least 80% non-smoking, leaving, of course, the 20% that could be rooms where smoking was allowed. Currently, we don't address the guest rooms, and that is something that I think we need to address, and I think it really comes down to a question as to whether that 80-20 allocation is something that you all concur with. You would have the option to make that, again, more stringent, and I think the way that would potentially be more stringent is if you were to require more than the 80% non-smoking rooms. So that's one policy question. The other is, there is provision in the state law for designation in portions of either adult care homes or the long-term care component of nursing homes of a designated smoking area. Currently, our ordinance does not allow that. The state law does make provision for that. So I think the question, of course, is whether you wish to do the same thing that applies under the Kansas Clean Air Act, or I consulted with the city prosecutor to be sure that we were suggesting what might be most helpful from her standpoint. Her thought was that if you wish to continue to prohibit or not provide for those designated smoking areas, that we were best to simply leave that silent so that if the current language remains in place, provision is not made for those designations, then as a practical effect, they are prohibited locally because there's not authorization for those to be made. So that's why we suggested in your options, you could either comport with the state law and make provision for those designated smoking areas, or remain silent in the ordinance, which would have the practical effect of precluding any of those institutions from designating such areas. The draft ordinance is, as we attempted to come as close as possible to your current ordinance, so there is no provision in the draft ordinance now, but we provided the language that if you wanted to allow those designated smoking areas, you would have the text of how that would appear. And certainly happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cotton or Mr. Bengston?
Just to be sure, our current ordinance does not address the actual hotel room. Is that
correct? That's the situation there.
So is the implication, does that imply that you can or can't, or that if the hotel room's not included, then it's as a place you can, then it's...
Yeah, it's a little tricky because we address the common areas now, right. The lobby, the rooms you would think of, other than the guest rooms. The state law addresses the guest rooms. So the state law governs the guest rooms. If we wanted to be in the position of, if you wish to regulate in the guest rooms, we need to be equal to or more stringent than the state law. So that would be in that range of 80 on up to 100 potentially. If you just didn't want to go there at all, we could leave the language the way it is. And, well, I say the way it is, the draft ordinance takes you to the 80-20. So you could see how that would be done. If you'd rather not address guest rooms, we would simply eliminate the reference to the guest rooms.
So right now, we're covered by the state law anyway.
Correct.
Correct.
That would be if that were to be a problem, that would be a state law violation and would have to be prosecuted in the district court. If we want it to be something like the rest of the ordinance that can be addressed in municipal court under a Salina code violation, then you would want to speak to it, and the 80-20 is the threshold. Your discretion would be requiring, if you wanted to require any more than 80% of the rooms to be smoke-free.
At this point, would this be a correct way to look at it? The 80-20 is determined by the hotel. It's up to the owner of the hotel to decide what rooms are 80, what rooms are 20. I mean, they have discretion about what is, how it is lent, whether it's a smoking room or not smoking.
That's certainly my understanding. That would be the.
And are the designated areas indoor and out, or are they only indoor?
Strictly indoor. It refers to a portion of what would be their indoor facility.
To an enclosed courtyard, well, not a top, but in a courtyard that has the hotel surrounding it, would that be considered?
I would understand that to be an open area that would not be regulated either by the state or our local code. As I'm sure you saw, we are speaking of closed areas, and then it gives examples of what types of enclosed areas are being regulated.
There are setbacks from public entrance points and ventilation points. So in that courtyard, the entirety of the courtyard might not be impacted, but entrance and exit points, and as well as if there's any air conditioning, ventilation, they would be limited in that way.
True.
If we were to not address our current ordinance, we fall under the Kansas statutes or laws, as you want to call them, and would need to make no adjustments to those, correct? As far as when we're talking about hotels, all that. We're currently compliant.
Well, I spoke of our current status on the motel and hotel rooms. In order to meet the being at least as stringent as the state law, I would recommend that we comport with the state, at least the state law, with regard to the guest rooms. And I think I misspoke earlier. I slipped back. I had a conversation with the city manager, and I did the same thing earlier. As far as the options, right now, we don't address the guest rooms. The state law does. And I think the argument could be made that we are not as stringent as the state law in that area, and that we are supposed to be, in that we have a local ordinance supposed to be.
Because we do not have it in our ordinance, you believe it needs to be in there to match state statute?
Correct.
Okay. That's not the way I interpreted it the first time.
Yeah. And so the policy question for us is, are we okay with the 80-20 split that the state statute has, or do we want to go to a more stringent 85, 90, 95, or 100% smoke-free versus smoking rooms?
Yeah, so I'm sorry if I confused that point when I was describing the current state of the ordinance, but I would recommend that.
Yeah, because the way you described it the first time, if we just left it the way it was,
Right.
the state would have to monitor and enforce. We would not. By putting it in our ordinance now, we monitor and need to enforce.
Well, what I was describing was, as a practical matter, it would have to be addressed at the state level. If we, today, with our current ordinance in place, because we address just the common areas, the regulation of the guest rooms is now strictly a matter of state law.
Right.
I would recommend that we address the guest rooms so that there is not a basis for suggesting that our local ordinance is less stringent than the state law, because that is required of us locally. We've gone, obviously, for a number of years of that being the case, but in that we had this opportunity to examine that very type of issue.
Yeah, as long as, I'm okay, I guess, with that, as long as we're not increasing as long as we're staying in compliance with the state's.
Right, the 80/20 is
80/20.
what would, and that's what's reflected in the draft ordinance.
Any other questions for staff?
I have some others I'd like to hear from the public, and then I have some comments. And stuff
Okay.
myself.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Are there any members of the public who have questions or comments in regard to this item?
Good afternoon, Mayor Hodges, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Beaker. I'm with CKF Addiction Treatment, the Wellness and Prevention Coordinator. I was with you in August to present on establishing the parks as being tobacco-free and kind of opened this doorway to including vaping into our already pretty robust smoking ordinance. So I just wanted to reiterate on some of the points and facts that Chris already put forth on the impacts of secondhand smoke and the aerosol that's emitted through vaping. I think sometimes we think of it as sort of a gray area since it is so new, but the ultrafine particles that are exhausted through the aerosol can trigger asthmatic attacks and also exacerbate other respiratory ailments. They also, short-term exposure can cause eye, throat, and airway irritation. And that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg for me as far as when we're looking at public policy when it comes to public health concerns. A statement from the Brookings Institution, a nonprofit public policy organization, is that people are responsible for their individual behaviors, but lifestyle is also influenced by the policies adopted. Cigarette smoking, secondhand smoke inhalation, and societal norms about smoking are influenced by the price of cigarettes, bans on indoor smoking, and advertising regulations. I bring up this point because we have a huge issue going on with our youth as far as vaping is concerned, and we need these public policies to help shift and shape these social norms. Currently, right now, in Kansas, we have 48.6% of Kansas high school students have ever tried vape products. And if you ask high school students, they think that number sounds low. They're actually very honest and candid if you take the time to talk to them about their experiences with vaping in the schools. 22% currently use e-cigarettes in the state of Kansas. In our communities that care survey for USD 305, we have 29.2% saying that they do currently smoke e-cigarettes and use vape products. And the average age in USD 305 is age 14 that they start using. And that's our communities that care survey that comes forward. I have schools, I'm working with schools. We're kind of at a loss of like, what are we doing right now? We're gaining our prevention efforts and everything at the moment. But what I need from you is that support, that community support that brings this to the forefront, that sets that social norm that vaping is not okay, that it's harmful. Because we have an issue that the Surgeon General deems an epidemic, in which the Surgeon General is calling for communities, for governments to initiate these policies. So with that, I really hope you take a good look at the ordinance. So thank you very much.
Quick question, what's the legal age for vaping?
21 now.
Okay.
It's 21 now. So.
And smoking is the same?
Yes, all tobacco usage 21 now. And the state's also currently working on flavor bans and items like that. If you start looking at the marketing towards children, it's pretty remarkable. When you really start diving into the vaping issue, it's completely aimed for the youth and younger generation. It's pretty remarkable, so. Anything?
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? If not,
We do have one online.
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Gutierrez. All right, are you there?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners, and City of Salina residents. I'm Brenda Gutierrez with the Salina Area United Way. We're at 113 North 7th Street. At the Salina Area United Way, I hope all of you are learning. We fight for the health, education, and financial stability of all people. So what Chris and what Rachel is sharing with you today, I'm thinking about when children, adults, young adults are smoking or vaping, if they're in a family-friendly place, things like parks, things like playgrounds, they see behavior as acceptable. And we believe parks are about clean air. Parks are about nature, natural beauty. We support engaging in healthy activities. And when you think about a park and outdoor spaces, smoking and vaping just doesn't fit in. Our health goal at the Salina Area United Way is to decrease risky behaviors. And you've heard some data and some examples of what those risky behaviors are from Chris and Rachel. Initiatives such as the smoke-free parks protect the health of all our residents and the guests that come to our community. I'm asking you to make a difference to support smoke-free parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Don't see anyone else online. All right, so we'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion, and a reminder that we have a couple of policy questions, as Mr. Bankston pointed out, in terms of the hotels and whether or not we want to allow smoking in a designated area at nursing homes, or if we want to just leave our ordinance the way it is. Any further questions or comments?
Does our ordinance currently cover the nursing homes?
It does not, so that effectively prohibits it, correct?
That's correct.
So no action would be necessary to leave that total enforcement or total ban in place then? Or no change would be necessary?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Commissioners, I don't know if it'd be helpful, but just for clarity, maybe it would be helpful to summarize for you. If you adopt the ordinance drafted as it is and attached, it would not have language about nursing homes, which would have the effect of banning it, and it would have the 80-20 provision in it, which synchronizes with the state statute. So if you take no initiative with respect to amending that ordinance, that's kind of the starting point. If you want to do something different, then an amendment would be needed.
I like easy. I move we approve ordinance number 21-110.
I have some questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and comments.
Played my hand.
So we're basically looking at the current policy we have, and then we're looking at the outdoor. That's a whole separate policy. And I guess my question on the outdoor, do we currently allow smoking at the water park?
We do not allow smoking in the water park. However, technically, I mean, we can ask people to leave, but we don't have a law on the books to prevent it.
Yeah, I guess part of my concern comes into the fact that with the outdoor smoking is, you know, you're in a park that has a lot of area to it. I think when we were dealing with COVID, we found that individuals were much safer in an outdoor environment. From being in a lot of events, I don't know if I've seen where smoking or vaping has been an issue. It talks about 41 deaths per year in the United States with a $332 million population. That's like 0.00125% of the population. Talks about 30-some% of exposures come from indoor and outdoor public areas, and I think a majority of that would be indoor areas. I think it's a policing nightmare for our police department to have to try to police this in the different parks. So I guess I don't really feel that the banning the smoking and vaping in the outdoor parks is maybe completely necessary.
I disagree. I mean, you have to set the norm somewhere. You can't smoke in Salina Central Stadium during a football game. Nobody smokes. We don't have police walking up and down aisles. It's just accepted that you don't smoke in here. The cost from tobacco is not from deaths. In fact, if people who smoked all died, it really wouldn't be an economic issue at all. It's from the strokes, the bronchitis, the kids in the ER on weekends with coughing and runny nose, the people who can't work because their relatives are home with strokes and heart attacks. So it's a huge, I mean, we even have warnings on cigarette packages. And I just see it totally ridiculous that our government puts the warning but doesn't do the real job of decreasing use. I mean, we spend a lot more on advertising cigarettes than we do on protecting people from them. But if kids go to parks and see adults smoking, they will smoke. Now, our commercials now, if you want to have fun after the football game, what do? You go get a Miller High Life or a beer. It's sending this subliminal message to our football players. You need to be drinking after the game. Because cool people have fun, drink after a football game. And it's that same message we're sending to our kids. I'd be appalled if I walked into the water park and saw somebody smoking.
And that's why I asked. I think we have as a non-smoking area already.
What about?
We're kind of timid. We're afraid of offending people. There are some people who are going to not follow rules no matter what the rule is. You don't have to go after that small percentage. But if you can set a norm that influences behavior for the majority of people, then we start seeing the benefit down the road. So and we would not be the first city
and I agree
to limit smoking in parks.
I agree 100% with banning the smoking in indoor facilities. I just have a little bit of with an issue with the outdoors. So that's just my opinion.
Well, the other problem is somebody's got to clean that stuff up. Those butts don't disintegrate. I mean, our poor groundskeepers at the hospital spend more time trying to clean those butts all around the temperature, what do you call that thing?
The HVAC area?
Yeah, well, out in front of the hospital. If you go close to that, I mean, it's just loaded with cigarette butts in it. It's trash. I mean, what we should do is charge people for every cigarette butt they drop. You can smoke it, but if you drop it someplace, that's a $10 fine. But I see nothing wrong with setting expectations for behavior.
I do have a problem with outdoor smoking ban. You mentioned it, how ridiculous it is to have a comment on the cigarette case, and yet we're going to exempt our golf course from people out there on the golf course from smoking. The ban is already, you're not supposed to smoke if you're under the age of 21, and yet they're citing the high incidence with 14-year-olds. I don't think you could control that kind of human behavior, and it is a policing nightmare. And I think in this country, you've got a right to be free. That includes the right to do stupid things like smoking. So I can't agree with
our
leaving it
Constitution
out.
doesn't let you be free.
Enforcing it in the parks. Quite frankly, I see more mass as garbage now in the parks than I do cigarette butts. So I don't think that's an issue either.
Well, we have to set expectations somewhere.
Mr. Peck, were you going?
Yeah, this is an issue that I can't believe I'm actually revisiting. Anyone want to talk about pit bulls or anything else while we're here? And this is something that we took a tremendous amount of heat on when I previously served on the city commission. And I think a lot of the things that we enacted with the clean indoor air ordinance are now considered norms that in hindsight, I don't even know that a lot of our opponents would want to do away with. And I am very sensitive to the individual rights. I'm very sensitive to the fact that it does create at least the appearance of a policing issue, because you don't want, our police force walking around the lead sled or the River Festival having to police somebody with a vape pen in their mouth. But I have a personal bias that that probably overrides all of those sensitivities, and that is that I absolutely have a disdain for the tobacco industry. And I agree with Commissioner Davis that at some point we do set standards and norms. I can tell you that nobody is at Kenwood Cove necessarily smoking, but if when I was had younger kids and we might have gone to a spray park, that would absolutely have been the case to have somebody in a more intimate, smaller area who would be smoking, and I don't want my kids around it, and I don't want to have to breathe it. If I'm at the River Festival and someone wants to smoke in front of me while I'm sitting there enjoying perhaps a music act, it just makes my blood boil. And I sure as heck don't want my kids around it. I don't want my kids to have to breathe it. So while I do remain sensitive to overreach, government overreach, this is something I support.
And we do have the ability, I'm looking to, I guess, Mr. Cotton or Mr. Scragg, that we do also have the right and the ability to not allow smoking like at the River Festival. We do post signs for that.
I do believe the River Festival is already smoke-free.
Right. When we have a large crowd, okay.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt either of you, but while you're up there, Mr. Cotton, I do have concerns about exempting the municipal golf course. What's the policy in terms of the children's golf area, the first tee? So smoking would be allowed? Is smoking allowed in that area at this time?
Currently, it is allowed there. People choose not to. Obviously, they support what the kids are doing, but there is nothing out there that prevents it from happening.
Just to be clear, is there a physically designated, dedicated first tee area, or?
The first tee room.
Okay, so, but when you talk about the part of 3 course, that may get used by first tee, but that's not necessarily first tee space.
Correct.
So to Commissioner Hoppeck's prior point, if we're focused on first tee, we could take the first tee room as an owner-operator of that and ban smoking there, or obviously you could ban it as broadly as you see fit.
And is the first tee room an enclosed room?
It is. I was using that as the.
Yeah, so I mean, so it's already
Well, good
prohibited.
point. Right.
Right. So not being a golfer and not having children that golfed, I didn't know, if there is a designated area within the municipal golf course that is the first tee holes. To my way of thinking, the bare minimum would be that we would need to prohibit smoking at those holes. I'd prefer to see it across the golf course, but definitely in terms of setting expectations and setting societal norms, if people, if you've got your 8-year-old out there on that course and you've got people smoking all around him or her, I could even see taking it a step further. I don't know if that's anything that the other commissioners would support, but I could see doing that.
So, and just to be clear, probably the closest thing to first tee holes would be the par 3 course, but it's not exclusively first tee. It can be,
Okay.
any age range for any use.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was very hypocritical when the state, went through with their ban, but I believe at the time, you could still smoke in casinos. And to me, it's the same, it has that same feel to it. And I mean, if there's consensus to do anything across our parks, I have absolutely, I think we have to do that at the municipal golf course as well.
The municipal golf, is that considered a city, that's a city building?
Building?
Technically.
Yes. I thought you were headed to park.
Well, I mean, if it's it's as much a city building as
The water
this
plant?
technically
or
isn't. I'm trying to think of.
The water plant?
Water plant, okay, thank you.
Correct.
So that,
So is your question whether smoking is allowed inside the buildings at the golf course currently?
that's one of, yeah.
And it is not. Currently, if you're a golfer, you can smoke on the course, but you can't smoke inside the building.
Okay.
But the exemption that's provided in the ordinance is to exempt the outdoor areas of the golf course from the ban on smoking.
I guess as a start for a compromise, I'd certainly like to exempt the areas that children use the most.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is there's
Children
no
can use the entire
dedicated.
course.
Well, they can use the
Right.
entire
Use the entire
course,
course.
but is those first, obviously, I'm not out there spinning clubs, but are those first 3 holes, I mean, where the young kid, the beginners, is that where they're congregating?
It gets used for lessons and training, but it's not exclusively
exclusively for
first
children.
tee grounds.
Okay.
You're splitting hairs at that point, I think. I mean, it's like, to me, kind of saying, well, as long as you're not smoking right by a playground at a park, where the kids are, actually playing.
And so, the one thing I would offer up is, we have first and second reading, so we'll be taking this up on second reading. If the golf course question is something that you want more public input on, you'd have the ability to instruct staff how you'd like to proceed, whether that's full steam ahead, whether that's first reading today and second reading at some specified date other than next week. I think we know from past experience on greens fees at least, that's a demographic that will give you public feedback.
Are people actually?
I was trying to be
Right.
politically correct. I think I did okay, didn't I?
Are people actually smoking while they're out there playing golf?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cigars as well as cigarettes.
They smoke more than they play golf.
That'd be like an NBA player smoking, dribbling the ball down the court. I just see it.
There are a few golfers built like an NBA player.
That was my short.
All right, so we have our options before us to approve the ordinance, to approve it with amendments. And if anyone's willing to, if we've answered all questions, if anyone's willing to make a motion,
Well, I move we approve ordinance 21-11052
as written.
as written.
Do we have a second? All right, that motion dies for lack of a second. Does anyone else want to try to take a stab at a motion?
I've got to think on this here just a second on wording.
if staff can be of assistance, if you can tell us what you're trying to accomplish, we can try to help you.
If it were me, I guess I would include, so we would need an amendment for the golf course on this.
Yeah, if your desire is to not have the exemption for the golf course, then we need to find that language and strike it from the ordinance draft.
It's in 1727, Section 3 of the amendment of the proposed ordinance. I'm looking at the red line.
Yeah, so Section 3, subsection 17-27, it shall be unlawful with no requirement of a culpable mental state to smoke, to use an electronic cigarette, or to use tobacco products in a city outdoor recreation area, except within the playing area, 27 holes, and the driving range at the Salina Municipal Golf Course. So if your intention is to not allow for that exemption, then you would need to make a motion to amend Section 17-27 by striking the portion of subsection 1 that reads, except within the playing areas, parentheses, 27 holes, and the driving range at the Salina Municipal Golf Course. Unfortunately, there's not a page number on that ordinance, so
Yeah, so basically, if I would need to make a motion to strike the language of 1727, Section 3 out.
Yeah, more specifically, the portion that reads, except within the playing area, 27 holes, and the driving range at the Salina Municipal Golf Course.
Okay. But that would require a formal motion to strike that language first, or just amend this striking.
If the desire is to put before the body this ordinance with that change, I would expect you would want to move approval of the ordinance with whatever change you might wish to include.
I would move that we approve ordinance number 21-11052 with the exception of striking the language in 1727 exempting the playing area, the 27 holes, and the driving range at the Salina Municipal Golf Course.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11052 with the amendment of striking the exemption for the Salina Municipal Golf Course holes mentioned in section 17-27.
And as a minor clarification, approve on first reading.
I'm sorry, and approve on first reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And that motion passes 3-2.
So without further direction, second reading will be on next Monday's agenda.
Sounds good.
Okay?
All right. Does anyone need a 5-minute break before we get to item 7.3?
Either here or after 7.3.
Okay.
This will be a little lengthy, won't it?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just take the break now?
Okey-doke. We'll resume in this room at 5:45.
You know what he said? That's right.
All right, we will go ahead and resume the meeting and proceed with
Nor our open spaces and parks.
item 7.3.
Item 7.3, Community Relations Staffing Discussion.
Thank you, and I will turn to Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could jump in on this one just a second, I just want to acknowledge this is a little out of the ordinary in terms of the presentation you have before you. If we had a study session available, we probably would have scheduled this as a study session. But given kind of the budget cycle and how locked in we are with that and the timing of it all, Lauren and I kind of strategized, and so you're seeing more of a PowerPoint study session type conversation than a staff blue sheet decision point. With that, I'll turn it over to Lauren.
So coming off of where Mike was saying is there's a lot of information here. I'm very aware I gave you a 40-page PowerPoint. But if you'll bear with me, the idea is not for me to read each slide to you, but I wanted you to have an opportunity to see what this text says, because a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight is Chapter 13. You cannot talk about the Community Relations Division without talking about Chapter 13. And I think if you don't have a lot of opportunities to read that chapter, you will be surprised what is in there and what that division, its supervisor, and the Human Relations Commission are charged with doing. I mean, it is on par with what we ask our zoning administrator and our building official to do. They are reading legal material, making decisions, taking action on behalf of the city, and in some cases, for Human Relations Commission, seeking a subpoena and getting further information and actually taking things to court on our behalf, similar to what we do in zoning and building as well, from a compliance perspective. So with that, tonight's discussion, as Mike mentioned, we usually do this kind of thing in a study session, is really to give you a chance to understand a little bit about community relations duties and responsibilities within the organization. I think the last 12 to 24 months has created an environment in which we need to have this discussion, whether it's COVID, that has forced us to look at the affordability of housing and the availability of housing and people dealing with evictions. And we've been helping many people through the various moratoriums on evictions over the last few months. Or Black Lives Matter and how that is impacting our community, what that means for us as a local government, and what that means for us as people. And then I would also relate this back to the challenges we're having with staffing as an organization and trying to get people to do some of these more unique and very complicated jobs. These jobs are important, but we need to understand what they do and how they impact the organization as we move forward. As I mentioned earlier, you cannot talk about the division without talking about Chapter 13. So typically when I do a PowerPoint like this, I start with a little bit of overall about the division or the department, and then would kind of get into these things. But I think actually flipping it on its axis here makes the most sense, and talking about Chapter 13 and then how that really influences these other things is the way I approach this. We're going to talk a little bit too about our FAP status, or our Fair Housing Assistance Program. It is part of Chapter 13 and a contractual relationship we have with HUD in processing fair housing cases. We've had that relationship with them for 28 years now. And I think this is also worth talking about in relation to the division, because we've gone through a lot of changes. They were once a department, and some of the things that have gotten to where they are at now, where they're located within the organization, is critical for understanding this bigger picture. So with that, Chapter 13, I know it looks like a lot of pages, and I did cut and paste a lot of it, but it's really not all of it either. But I did want to grab some of the particular excerpts here and highlights and some overviews, because sometimes the overview of just understanding the context is important. So for instance, you'll see we've got a multicolored slide. Jacob, if you would forward a bit. There you go, thank you. So the chapter itself is constructed to have that kind of general overall purpose and intent, which is important because it kind of leads to what everything is in there. And then you have the Human Relations Commission. It has very specific powers that we're going to talk about, and then the supervisor position within community relations and how that relates to the commission, what their duties are. Article 3 about unlawful practices is specifically about employment and public accommodation. And then that links to Article 4, which is talking about the complaint process for dealing with some of these things. Articles 5 and 6 are on unlawful housing practices and then the housing complaints procedure. And then lastly, Articles 7 and 8 are about public contracts and the organizational structure related to the responsibility of carrying out the city's commitment to the principles of non-discrimination in city employment. So, if you would forward to Article 1 slide, Jacob, thank you. There we go. I think this slide is very powerful because it puts into perspective in a very succinct way why we have this chapter and what this chapter is really trying to accomplish. A is really about helping to identify that our policies against discrimination are really there to protect the 7 protected classes. That's race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, and national origin. And declaring our purpose through policy and through through policy and process to deal with that discrimination. And then finally, to protect these rights is hereby declared that the purpose of this chapter is to establish the Human Relations Commission and the Community Relations Division. So actually choose to go forward and do an investigation rather than just taking a complaint. So it has the ability to receive, initiate, investigate, and pass upon complaints alleging violations of this chapter. It has the ability to pull a subpoena, to get materials, to get witnesses, to get that type of information, to be able to do the investigations that they need to do. They can hold public hearings, administer oath, and take depositions in order to further their actions related to their responsibilities. They can apply to the district court for enforcement of conciliation agreements. They can bring civil action into district court for appropriate or temporary or preliminary relief pending final disposition of a complaint. So not only are they taking the complaint forward, if the resolve of that complaint, even if it's done through conciliation, can then be taken to court and they can pursue having that enforced. Next slide, please. They can also create such advisory agencies or conciliation councils to help them in understanding, the same way you could create a blue ribbon committee or something like that. They're charged with creating and are allowed to create committees to get feedback that can inform them to then inform you in dealing with their actions. To accept contributions. I've never had a board or commission be able to accept contributions. They can for any person to assist in seeking to enlist the cooperation of private, charitable, religious, labor, civic, or benevolent organizations for the purpose of this chapter. To issue such publications and results of investigations that promote goodwill and minimize and eliminate discrimination. To render each year to the city manager and the city commission a full written report of their activities and its recommendations. You do receive that in your annual reports that you get from boards and commissions. And then to receive and accept federal funds to deal with the purpose of the chapter and to ensure the agreement with federal agencies for such purpose. The FAP status that we have with HUD is a good example of that. So then we go on further in that section, and it does identify in 1359, next slide please, the position of the supervisor of the community relations. And then pursuant to the authority of the city manager and under the direction of the director, the supervisor shall supervise the administration and enforcement of the chapter. Merit the fitness shall be given to the governing body in the selection of the supervisor of community relations. So basically that person is kind of the in-office actionable side of the commission. So if we need to go to court to get a subpoena, they're handling that on behalf of the commission, doing additional investigation, receive, investigate, and attempt to conciliate, pursue the goals of affirmative action and implementation of that. They can request designated legal counsel to apply to the district court for temporary or permanent injunctification relief. So there's several things that the commission may give direction on or is related to commission actions that that person is taking on their behalf. So leaving the Human Relations Commission, if you'll go to the next slide, please. we get into Article 3, which is about unlawful practices. So this section outlines unlawful employment practices and what that form of discrimination looks like. And then if you'll go to the next slide, I promised I wouldn't read these word for word. So both of these slides, for your benefit, I included just to see, what does that type of discrimination look like and how is that defined by code? If you'll go one more slide, please. There's also unlawful public accommodation practices, and I won't get into all these. I will tell you this is probably the least common cases that we get in the office. They do occur. They often are dealt with through conciliation, or just sometimes we end up being a mediator through these. But it is a very important issue and something we have addressed consistently. Next slide, please. So I've kind of minimized the complaint procedure for unlawful employment and discrimination practices because I went into it quite heavy with the housing stuff, but they are very similar processes about how we take the complaint in, how we investigate, the amount of time periods, things like that. But you should be aware that, the Human Relations Commission is involved in that. They're taking complaints. There's an issue with submission of false, misleading, or incomplete complaints. Conciliation is a word you'll see frequently come up. It is really the objective of that division to try and conciliate the claims that come in. So claim comes in, investigate, and then mediate and conciliate to try and form resolution. Because typically for both parties, it is the quickest form to resolve. A lot of times it's just getting everybody at the table. But if that isn't possible, then it does go to the Human Relations Commission for review by 3 members, not during a regular meeting. They're divvied off into a panel, they put their results in, and it either comes back as probable cause or non-probable cause. If it comes through probable cause, then we go through, try and conciliate again. If that doesn't work, we often will take it further to court. And that's just kind of a really condensed version of what's happening down there, but that applies both to employment and to housing. Code then continues to highlight, what is prompt judicial action, giving those timelines, whether it's 10 days, 30 days, 100 days, some of those types of things. What is probable cause, and how do we come to that determination using the Human Relations Commission? What is an administrative hearing? How are subpoenas acquired? Presenting that case, and then what happens with dismissal or rules. Why don't you go next slide, Jacob? So for unlawful housing practices, similar to employment discrimination, I won't go into these in great detail, but you should be aware that it does, our code does outline discriminatory housing practices, those in real estate transactions, what does intimidation or interference look like, and what are the limitations of that. So housing complaint procedures, these are the majority of the complaints we take in. We do employment cases. We average 2 to 3 a year, but the majority of our cases are housing complaints. And this is very similar, as I said, to employment, where you have the commission's relationship to the investigation, focusing on conciliation, investigation, those prompt judicial actions. What do those timelines look like? What is probable cause? Trying to see if there's really very that's different between those two processes. Next slide, please. I think I talked about we want to facilitate. If you'll go next slide, please. I think one of the things I just made myself a note too is if you look at 13-108 for conciliation, D highlights that any of the parties to the conciliation agreement may apply to district court for specific performance of any such agreement. So that goes both ways. If one party, isn't fulfilling their side of the conciliation agreement, they can take the other forward to district court or either way. Next slide, please. Next. What I would highlight too is 13-111 is a good example of kind of that daily process that we talked about of, 3 human relations commissioners will be assigned by the supervisor to determine the majority vote and advise the supervisor if needed to designate legal counsel and whether probable cause exists or does not exist. And then B and C highlight that if it is determined that no probable cause exists for the allegation or the complaint, the supervisor within 10 business days from such determination shall cause to be issued and serve upon the complainant and respondent written notice of that determination. So if no probable cause is found, written notice is given. And then the case is closed. If determined that probable cause exists, then the Human Relations Commission shall serve written notice to such about that determination, and the Human Relations Commission shall proceed to try and eliminate or correct the allegedly unlawful housing practices by informed methods of conference, conciliation, persuasion, which could also mean we go to court if it can't be dealt with. So failure to conciliate leads that way. And then 13, next slide, please. 13-117. What I think is worth noting here is if you can't conciliate, that fails, then these are some of the actions that can be taken by the hearing officer, what we refer as, moving that up to district court level, and starts to break down what those penalties are. And this applies both in employment and the housing side, that both sections end with the rules section that the Human Relations Commission is hereby authorized to adopt rules of practice to govern, expedite the foregoing procedures and their own actions thereunder. So how they go about doing these things that they are told to do, they're also the ability to create that. Articles 7 and 8, next slide, please. I'm not going to get into great detail, but what I wanted to highlight here is that the Human Relations Commission and the supervisor have a role in both of these. So under public contracts, item 3 is if the contract fails to comply with the manner in which the contractor reports to the Human Relations Commission or the State Human Rights Commission in accordance with, and kind of goes on to say that, looking at who we're working with, if their human relations complaints or what they've reported is contrary to that they may have a role in that. And then Article 8, one more slide, please. That the supervisor has a role in reviewing positions as they're being posted to make sure that those applications as they're coming in, we're meeting affirmative action requirements and that we are getting an equal opportunity for people to apply. And then there is a committee that should be reviewing this that the supervisor from community relations should also be a part of. So that's where that role also intersects with the HR and affirmative action side of things. So that is a very nutshell version of Chapter 13. And now moving on to the FAP status, or Fair Housing Assistance Program. There is an employment version of this type of program, but we don't get enough cases to qualify for it. So similar to what we're going to talk about as far as, each case has a certain dollar amount and you receive training funds and those types of things, we've looked for several years, and in talking with previous directors and managers have looked going quite a ways back, but we just don't tend to get enough cases consistently to get that relationship going. If a case, if there's conflict of interest or something like that, there is the Equal Opportunity Council for the state, or the EEOC, that we can send those cases to. There is a state version of housing, but HUD's real preference is to have it at the local level because that's where fair housing is best administered. The majority of people who are seeking this assistance are vulnerable populations who the act of trying to get to the federal level or trying to get to that state level is more than time really allows. A lot of these issues are very immediate sometimes too. Though it is not our responsibility, it's hard not to talk about Landlord-Tenant Act because it often intersects with these issues. So our staff a lot of times is answering some pretty basic questions and getting people directed in the right direction. But as far as our relationship with HUD, and it's a well-established one, is that when the Fair Housing Act was passed and in order to implement it across the country, HUD's goal was to enact and enforce their own statutes and ordinances through local government to the equivalency of the Fair Housing Act. And so we'll see that language quite often in our HUD language with our contracts or anything related to the FAP is the substantially equivalent language. And so basically we had to adopt via Chapter 13 language that was equivalent to what was fair housing practices. I believe Greg went through a lot of this process, and it's quite a bit of back and forth, but adopting that is what creates the ability for us to be a FAP. If our regs, which are Chapter 13 in this case, were not to the level in which this enforcement relationship was valid, then we wouldn't have this status. So what is in Chapter 13 regarding fair housing makes us that substantially equivalent organization. And the bullets following the purpose just identify what we had to go through to get that equivalency rating. So the responsibilities as a FAP is really an intergovernmental enforcement partnership. And through that partnership, HUD provides us with resources to form training, technical assistance funding, and to investigate complaints and process those complaints. But it does specifically highlight, though, that we have to understand that some of that commitment is also our own. So by becoming a FAP, we are making a commitment as a community that funding from HUD as a FAP will not cover what we're doing 100%. That it's going to cover a portion of it, but we will have to bring resources to the table as well. And that may include, operational funding. It could include funding of legal assistance, those types of things. Next slide, please. So kind of putting this in order, as I mentioned, Chapter 13 is really where the basis of this is, but it is not where community relations as a department started. Back then it was human relations. And we'll touch a little bit on that history. But an ordinance was adopted that repealed the former Chapter 13 and adopted the new one that gave us that substantial equivalency. We have an MOU that was signed following the adoption of Chapter 13, so that memorandum of understanding. Once that was signed in '95, we basically just do addendums to update that. It's actually not even like on a hard 5-year deadline or 10 or anything like that. They're typically, those addendums come when there's a change in federal law or a change in administrations. We actually just saw one of these recently this last year. An executive order came with the Biden administration change, and how we view of the 7 protected classes, sex, doesn't just include male, female, it also includes gender identification and same sexual orientation, specifically in dealing with fair housing. So we have, as I've listed here, various addendums we've had over the years. Some of those are just about how HUD would like all FAPs to operate. Maybe our case turnover time had to change or something like that. But those MOUs and those addendums are really the policy side of you're this is how you need to operate or act. And then we have annual cooperative agreements. And I suppose if we stopped signing those, it would probably affect our MOU, but we regularly move forward with those, and that's based on our case numbers, which we do quarterly reporting for, the documentation that we submit to HEMS, which is basically the electronic filing system that we use to submit our cases, our annual self-certification that has to do with, number of people we're serving, the types of cases we're doing, the number of employees we have working on this. We are subject to auditing, and then that's also how we get awarded our funds. So once that contract comes in, we agree to all that. It says this is how much money that we've been prescribed this year based on basically our previous year's work. If you'll go to the department timeline and staffing slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So as I mentioned, 1993 is not when this department was created. So and I know I keep using those words interchangeably, department, division. So originally, in 1976, we created the Human Relations Department, and in conjunction with that, the Human Relations Commission. And then, in 95, we became a FAP. And then quite a few changes happened, and that's why I kind of highlighted 2013 through 2017, and that's where we see that change going from a department to a division. That department originally had, at any one time, between 5 and 6 people, typically a supervisor, an admin assistant, a couple investigators, an events and a communications person, and possibly an intake person or a grant sponsor position, so somewhere between 5 and 6. Today, we have 3. We have a supervisor and then 2 specialists, which do our intake and investigations. So one of the things that I'm, kind of putting this together is the changes this department to division has gone through, and then also that the expectations and the duties of this team have not changed. In fact, they've increased, and they have significantly less people. Next slide, please. I just popped in here an org chart so you could see how they fit into the department. Next slide, please. And this kind of lends to what I was just talking about. I think one of the challenges with this division is there are a lot of expectations for them, and the majority of those expectations are not the same. We have expectations that live in Chapter 13 and expectations that come from HUD. We have expectations from the public, and those are kind of all different levels. We have expectations from boards and commissions. I'll give you an example of an expectation. During last summer, when the majority of the building was in lockdown and staffing was very limited, we were also in the midst of kind of the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement. And one of the things that staff got approached about is, why weren't we doing more? Why weren't we doing more to address this problem? And that should be something that community relations is addressing. Do I disagree with that? No. But at the end of the day, with 3 people, where do I put those resources? I had cases that were in the office, and those people were depending on us to process those cases. And with only 3 people, or in that case, 2, do we stop processing cases to do that? And how do we reprioritize that into being something that they need to do when they already have these responsibilities? And I think that's the thing with community relations is, in our municipal world, you hear the phrase DE&I a lot, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it seems like anything DEI, we try and put in community relations. And whether that's internally or externally, and that's a lot to put on to a team of 3. And I think one of the things I'm hoping to have a conversation about tonight is, I would like to get expectations kind of on the same level to make sure that we're meeting those. And these other things, if we're identifying them as a community, where do we find the resources to do those things? And it may not be in that division. But their responsibilities, as required by code, are for the Human Relations Commission to deal with fair housing, equal opportunity employment, public accommodations, and that of those very specific jobs assigned to the Community Relations Supervisor, and to follow through with our agreement that we have with HUD through our FAP status. But some of the other things that are, required of us, assumed, or perceived is, and I say required because the Accessibility Advisory Board is a great example. That's the second board that division manages, that they're required to deal with. And as you guys are familiar, trying to staff boards and commissions is a lot, and trying to find volunteers that are having a meaningful experience because there's enough to give to them is another challenge. Not to mention the amount of time it takes for staff to properly prep those boards and administer them correctly. Fair housing seminar is something we put on. We do have an obligation through our FAP status to do some training and public outreach, and we have consistently held what is recognized statewide as an excellent training. Our fair housing seminar we hold usually in the spring. It has a good amount of attendance. We've been numbering over 50 the last couple of years and have speakers from all over the state. It's well attended by our landlords. We'd like to get more tenants, but it is well attended. Education, outreach, and training, we've kind of done a little bit of everything from attending the meetings for various committees or nonprofits to working with employers and providing like very specific training to help with DE&I issues or other employment challenges that they're having with their teams. We've worked with OCCK and their drivers doing trainings. We've worked with USD 305 doing trainings. We administer grants, sometimes directly related to what we're doing with HUD, sometimes partially directly related to what we're doing with HUD. For instance, the Emergency Solutions Grant is handled in that division, and that deals with the emergency housing that we've talked about, and we've been part of that grant for over 20 years. As I mentioned, Landlord Tenant Act, you cannot talk about fair housing without talking about that same issue, because if somebody's concerned about, can they stay in their house, they're being asked to leave, what is the eviction process, you're going to end up talking about these things. Translators. We're one of the few offices in the city that has a significant amount of multilingual people, and we do a lot of translating. A catch-all, I think you'll see in a couple slides, we've got the number of phone calls we take. If it doesn't fit in some square peg, square hole kind of thing, it often ends up down there. And maybe it's the title. I mean, we've kind of pondered that at the office a long time. Is it community relations? It's such a catch-all kind of title that maybe that's why they get all those phone calls. But at the same time, ask yourself, if they weren't, they still needed the help. So those calls have to go somewhere. And a lot of times, they're one of the most in-the-know groups. Anything housing. Anything and everything housing somehow ends up down there, even if it's not fair housing. And as I mentioned, all things diversity, equity, and inclusion. So just to give you a little snapshot of their workload, and this is not always a perfect science, because sometimes we get hit with a significant number of cases, and the ability to turn those cases over in investigations, some years are just slower. Kind of depends on staffing, it depends on what's happening in the community. As you can see, our 2019, 2020 numbers were very high. A lot of that has to do with questions related to COVID evictions and many things going on in the community. It also, when I look at these numbers, I see finally starting to get our groove and building up to this. I think one of the things that HUD's taught us is you kind of generally need to take most of the cases in. I don't know if we were always doing that, at least in the 4 years I've been here and kind of seeing how this division's changed. I think HUD had kind of given us the impression of, well, if it's not this and this, just, you can't take it. That's actually, now that I've been through the training, that's not how it works. You generally take it all in if it falls into one of the 7 classes, and you can't say it's not, can't say it's yes, and you can't say it's no until it's really investigated. So, I mean, the basic litmus test is, does it fall into one of those 7 protected classes, and is it a housing issue? If the answer is yes, then you take the claim, and you start working that complaint through. Highlighted on here, as we talked about, the 3 different case types that we work through, the amount of trainings we provide, those types of trainings, and then just customers assisted. I mean, you can see in 2018 and 2019 and 2020, I had everybody start tracking. How many phone calls do we get? How many people stop in and visit that front desk down there? And we're looking at almost 1,000 people in 2018, 2019. That's a lot of people. We've mentioned FAP. We've mentioned funding that they provide us. Their money can only apply to fair housing. So it can't apply to the employment stuff, can't apply to public accommodations. And that money is calculated in kind of an interesting way. So the question usually people first ask, well, how much do we receive from HUD? So I've put the last few years on there. And as you can see, as our number of cases have grown, so is that financial award. So money can be spent 3 ways. It's spent for case processing, it's spent for administrative costs, and it's spent on training. So training dollars are allocated per full-time employee. And so if our employees are working on something else like employment or public accommodation, HUD may not view them as a full FTE. Maybe they're only a half. So our training dollars have been kind of struggling these last few years as HUD's realized that our employees do more than one case type. They're not saying you can't, but that in their books, that's just not fully dedicated to housing. So it's not a full FTE. Our administrative our administrative costs are awarded on, they're kind of like a blocked out section. It's like if you're 0 to 12 cases, you get $7,000. If you're 13 to 25 cases, you get X amount of dollars. And so administrative dollars come to us like that, and we get $7,000, typically with the amount of cases that we're processing. And then dollars to process cases are specifically related to the number of cases we processed and completed the previous year. And then that table to the right where it talks about case type is where those dollar amounts changed. So I'm going to use easy numbers. If we had 10 cases the previous year that got closed out and we're getting awarded for, they're going to look down there and say, okay, effective conciliation, that'd be $3,200. You know, administrative hearing held, that's $5,000. So there are different, for the amount of work that we've put into that, those legal costs, there's a different financial remuneration for that. I've talked a little bit about how that's funded and how that funding is awarded based on calculations by HUD. We can sometimes get additional money. Every year we have access to something called partner dollars. So if we want to do things like our fair housing seminar, or we've got some billboards that are going to be going up in town for fair housing information, we can get those partner dollars. They're between $5,000 and $10,000 a year to help supplement some of those things. We can also, for very complex cases, seek additional enforcement requests, and that's additional monies that we can get to help with legal costs if something is going to need additional legal assistance. Next slide, please. So if we look at the division's overall operating budget, they are under the Community and Development Services Department. So their office supplies, you know, just general operating stuff comes under our overall department budget. The FAP money is separated into a separate project account, so it gets dealt with just for those expenses. And then those salaries, part of the monies that we have from FAP for case processing and administrative costs can go towards salaries since those people are doing those things, but it's not enough to cover all of those salaries. I did highlight here for you just to give you an idea of what those positions cost. We went in our pay range, went smack in the middle just to kind of give an average. Just to see with those three people in the department, or I'm sorry, in the division, what it costs to staff that division. So it's anywhere, depending on insurance requirements, single and one, or family, can range anywhere from $239,419 to $268,039. So that leads to the final slide that's really about discussion, expectations. As I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of expectations for the Community Relations Division and what they should and shouldn't be doing. And I think one of the things that would help to make that division more successful is to have a better idea from you guys of what those expectations are. Part of that is what's in their scope. And we have those obligations that we've talked about, whether it's the FAP or those things that are in Chapter 13. Knowing we're meeting those before we're taking more on is always my goal as a director. Those are the things that we have to do. That's my baseline, right? I do think I think it's probably worth looking at Chapter 13. I think it's been a long time since we've been in there. Maybe it's not so much the fair housing stuff, but I think it's worth looking at all of it. I do have some questions about employment. If we're going to keep this team at 3, you know, is it worth looking at employment cases where if they're a larger entity, like we've had cases from, I'm looking to Greg, I don't think I can tell you, but large companies, large multinational companies, and they're expensive and they're time consuming because they have a lot of lawyers and it's a lot for us to go through. And my question maybe would be when they get to that level that maybe they go to the EEOC for that level. I mean, if they're a local business, our role seems to make a lot more sense there. A lot of times we can mediate those, discuss those, and if they have to go to court, it's more relevant. But when we're talking about mega corporations, I don't know if we're really the best people to be fighting that cause, but we could still take the complaint and help move that to somebody who maybe has more resources at that state level. That's just something I'm throwing out there. But I do think there's some things even at that contractual and an affirmative action level that's probably even worth looking at. I know Natalie's not here, but she and I have talked about that, is maybe there's language in here that could even just be modernized to be more reflective of kind of current HR practices. And I mean, if it would be helpful, I mean, I'm open to how we do that kind of revision. I don't think it necessarily needs to be done by me in a broom closet by myself and just show it to you. I mean, I think we could put together a committee. I think there's some very committed individuals in the community who might want to be a part of that process. And then lastly, staffing. I am not at all here to ask today for more people. But, I mean, that's part of my job, is to look at workload and resources and how those things join up. And right now, we are still asking 3 people to do the same amount of stuff that we had 5 to 6 people doing 10 years ago. And so that might be another good reason to look at Chapter 13, to make sure that if this is how we're staffing this, that we're doing it the most effective way possible. And then just looking at those overall expectations to make sure that they're able to accomplish to a quality level what we're really hoping for them. And some of those bigger issues, whether it's translation or DE&I type policies within the organization or reaching out to employers, some of those things, do we need to find them additional resources, or does that live somewhere else in the organization? Lots to think about there. That's the bigger umbrella kind of stuff. So with that, because there is no resolution, there is no ordinance, I am very open to discussion, and unless directed otherwise, it is my plan to fill the positions that are vacant in that division right now. And that's also, I think, Mike and I probably forgot to mention that at the beginning, is we just happen to have the timing of, we had a vacancy occur just prior to COVID, and we have 2 vacancies, so all 3 positions are vacant right now. So that is kind of a unique thing, but it's a small team, and it just happened that way. So unless directed otherwise, it is my plan to put the supervisor job and then the 2 specialist jobs out. Part of putting those out together and talking with HUD, particularly for our FAP training, is that lets them train together.
So that's where I want to jump in just a little bit. The reason we felt like there was a sense of urgency, and the reason we're bringing it to you rather than just proceeding to fill those positions like we might normally do otherwise, is as part of strategic planning, you had a conversation about identifying opportunities identifying services and divisions and opportunities to downsize the organization. And we're not here to recommend that we do away with community relations, but when all 3 positions are open, we felt an obligation in terms of just good governance to bring that to you as a governing body, recognizing the strategic planning conversation that you'd had before we just plow straight forward filling those positions. Didn't want to, proceed and then have you understandably say, well, shouldn't we have talked about whether we want to continue that function, especially in light of kind of the uniqueness of community relations in terms of the services that Lauren described and our relationship with HUD and EEOC. Not every community has a community relations division. There is an opportunity to just forward those on to the state, but it's a level of service that we provide to the community, and it serves a particular population in the community that we're not necessarily prepared to say that we need to discontinue that service.
How are we handling any complaints or things that would usually come to that department now? Are they being sent on to the state?
It's all Lauren all day.
So.
Well, we do have a moratorium currently with HUD right now for the next 3 months, so we are taking the cases in here, and then we're getting them off to HUD, so they will process them directly. But all of our links right now link directly to their digital page. all of our contact information, particularly for the housing stuff, but if it's employment and just general housing cases, we still have a lot of calls right now about the eviction moratorium and trying to kind of understand that. And then, but employment and public accommodation are coming through me.
On the employment, when you get, and again, I was going to ask on the civil action, we're talking about reimbursement. Do those take, does that require legal counsel to deal with the civil actions being filed, or is that just handled by the current staff?
Typically, they're handled by, we have a relationship with Clark Mize Linville, and if there's a conflict with Clark Mize, we have another agency that we work with. But typically, once it's gotten to that level and we've passed conciliation and we've passed the community relations or the Human Relations Commission, then yes.
Okay, that was my question. So that those funds that were being reimbursed are also to help us reimburse legal counsel that we've had to.
And that's only for fair housing.
Okay.
So that wouldn't be for
one more question I'll ask you. I just get mine out of the way. As far as the supervisor and the two individuals that you're looking to hire, what are the education/training requirements for those positions?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think for the specialist, it's desirable for a bachelor's degree. I can't remember if it's required. And then I think it's desirable. I don't think it's required. And then the supervisor position, it is required to have an undergrad with a graduate degree desired. I think in having to hiring these positions a couple times now, and I think that's a part of the expectation thing I'm hoping to have a discussion about, because to do what those people do, it takes a lot of heart. And every day, I mean, just taking these phone calls in the last couple of weeks, in addition to what I knew before, I mean, these are some gut-wrenching stories. And when we take what their just base job is and then we pile all this other stuff, it's a lot to ask somebody to do. And so one of the things that I'm hoping to do is kind of narrow that down. But it is a unique skill set. I mean, you have to be, one, good with people in high-stress situations. You have to be a good administrator. And then you have to be a neutral party. You have to be able to go through that factual situation and break all of that down. It's a unique skill set.
Is that a more difficult set of skills to find than what they need to actually perform the job? I mean, with the complaint process and the, investigative things, it doesn't sound like it'd be easy to find people that had that skill set as well. So
it is not easy to find people off the bat who have worked for HUD. We find success in people who have been case managers, often in maybe nonprofits dealing with sensitive information, or case managers, people with social work background, things like that. The specialist positions, HUD has some very good training for. I mean, just like all things, the feds used to have, they'd buy these boarding schools on the East Coast, and they used to turn them in these training facilities. FEMA has one, there's a variety of them. Well, HUD lost its contract about 5 years ago. It was like right before I got here. And so that kind of put all of their training on hiatus, which really messes with things, because if you have just kind of that baseline, Commissioner Ryan, you can take their training and really be able to do the job. But if their training is off, it kind of throws everything off. But they've come back full circle, and I think COVID actually kind of made them get very good at doing this virtually. So the training resources are much more in line. So I think if we found somebody with some of those base skills that we've learned are best associated with those jobs, we've got the training to get them going much faster than we have previously.
is there any relationship between this skill set and what the people at the Housing Authority are doing?
A little bit. I mean, it really helps if you know HUD. It's kind of like a language all of its own. It's just like if you've ever done disaster stuff and you speak FEMA. It's helpful if you speak HUD. It's a little different because they're administering a program and getting people connected to housing, where we're often doing that investigative side related to some of those things. But yeah, there's definitely some relationship there.
At the point where a legal counsel is engaged, is that included in these budget numbers you're telling us, or is that over in our budget in another place?
It's over in our budget, probably in other places. I think we cover a little bit of it we use as much as our FAP dollars allow us to cover those legal costs. And like I said, if we have something that we foresee being more than usual, we can apply for some additional dollars, but some of those things probably do cross over a bit with just our regular Clark-Meislinville contract.
What is under the scope, and on that last page, what's the public contract review? Is that the arrangement
Yes.
with HUD and how they're reimbursing us? Or-
No, so that's like if we go out to bid and we form a contract for asphalt or construction or something like that, the supervisor in community relations is charged with keeping an eye on that, and the Human Relations Commission, if they're a good employer, if they're an equal opportunity employer, and reviewing that contract.
Yeah, that's an affirmative action initiative to confirm that they both advertise the position in terms of EEOC language as well as administer it correctly. I don't know if you noticed in the information, that applies to all public contracts cumulatively valued at $5,000 a year or more. So not only is it an individual contract at $5,000, but it could be a contractor that we have multiple contracts over a year, and when they trip the $5,000 threshold, we're supposed to catch that and administer those provisions. So, and just knowing the number of vendors that we deal with, that's sizable.
Commissioner Ryan, one of the things I will add when you were asking about those positions, I think what we found is that supervisor position, if we can find somebody with a law degree, it is really helpful. One of our most previous supervisors was not an attorney, but had a law degree, and it was very helpful in the practice. In fact, she left us to take her dream job at HUD. But we found in that relationship with HUD and working with Clark-Meislinville and just kind of the legal side of everything, and often, maybe the other parties have attorneys, it's very helpful to have somebody with a little bit of a legal background as that supervisor position, for sure.
So our purpose today isn't necessarily to re-engineer the org chart or the responsibilities, but more so to make you aware of the staffing situation as it currently sits, the intention to go forward. But we did feel like, as we're having that conversation, we needed to set expectations and not lead you to believe that we're going to fill that position and take on a sizable, significant scope. Going forward, assuming that you concur with filling the positions, then we do need to double back and talk about the things that Lawrence mentioned in terms of scope within the division and revisiting Chapter 13 with the intention of kind of, number one, meeting our obligation, but number two, right-sizing it more so than just continued expansion of taking on more responsibilities.
In order to right-size it, we have to define its mission first, because we may find that the mission we want it to have requires 4 people and not 3. I mean, if we want to keep these services, because these are not, well, some of these are services that probably no one else in town is clamoring for the opportunity to do. Is there any federal money to help with the employment?
No, we don't qualify for it.
Just not enough cases. That's the one we don't have enough cases.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Mike and I have talked about a possible admin down there. I mean, with the amount of phone calls and stuff that they have, we use the division up, because we're separated as a department, so we use the upstairs front desk as much as possible, but sometimes you just have to have a person at that desk down there, because with the through traffic, and if you've got 2 investigators, I mean, it's kind of like hot potato, like who's going to be on desk today? And it can be, I mean, with 1,000 people roughly a year, that's a lot of traffic coming in and out, and it's really hard to get to things sometimes. So that is one of the challenges they experience down there.
And we think we might have some interim funding to temporarily fill that position.
Yeah.
So if you see a person down there, it's
We didn't go
temporary
rogue.
solution.
We have some money in the that hotel emergency solutions grant that came with COVID money to help put somebody down there to deal with questions.
Not to sidetrack us too far, but physically, if we had a different configuration, I personally have said that, we might be able to share administrative staff, but with their physical location where it is, they're just kind of a standalone operation. They see the foot traffic coming through the door, and then the sign above the door is community relations, and it just kind of heightens the traffic, I think.
And we have looked at trying to kind of move stuff around. There's just no more room in the building, so.
So happy to answer any additional questions you have to kind of frame it, unless you provide us and task us with additional follow-up or provide us direction not to proceed, our default is that we're going to, in fact, we're prepared to advertise and go back and try to fill those positions.
I would like to point out that we have two former Community Relations Division employees here right now, and just from where I'm sitting, I mean, obviously, this is a complex division, and it has just a huge variety of responsibilities, and I think where I am heading is, you know, if we had some past employees that were willing to, you know, take a deeper look at this and see, you know, what are our essential functions, and how many people do we need to have to do that effectively, I'd really appreciate, you know, as we go forward, incorporating their experience, and, you know, if it's a possibility to get in touch with former directors like Steve Rivers and in particular Evelyn Nelson, I think that would be, I think that would be a huge help. But if we have our questions answered, I would like to make sure that that the public has an opportunity to share their experiences and ask any questions that they have.
Not to overlook the expertise that I'm looking at in the room right here, who carried the brunt of the work for years, in former Mayor Crawford, who in her previous life was with this commission, and Sandy Beverly, trying to escape my eyesight. Well, you're just about far enough away, but I mean, if you're talking about anyone who's been in the trenches, and I think would have an objective, realistic way to wield the knife, so to speak, if we had to pair services, or, you know, may tell us if, you know, if this is a real service, you got to beef it up. But I don't know, do we officially set up ad hoc committees through, you know, we do it infrequently, but the commission can do that, or the department head can do that?
I don't know that I'm prepared to empower the department head to, but
Okay.
the commission certainly can.
Okay.
Well, and I think, and I promise.
I should say, not the department head, a department head.
No. Well, and in terms of.
Because the PowerPoint was too
There is
long,
a
isn't it?
significant difference there.
Well, and you know, and in terms of the department, I feel like Development Services has also kind of served as the catch-all in recent years. We'll just send it to Development Services, and you know, the fact that that office is isolated and it doesn't physically connect to any other office, I think that it might be a reasonable discussion to determine, does that division fit better someplace else? Do certain responsibilities within that division, are they more applicable to Development Services, but others are not? I mean, that's where I would really like to hear from Ms. Crawford and Ms. Beverly.
Well, and the other issue I would have would be, does this office even need to be in this building? I mean, is there a place in the community where it may be deemed as more accessible? Because sometimes just, you know, the institution, you know, what we used to call it in the 70s, I forget, there's a catch-all term, but the establishment, that was it. You know, scares people about accessing services in certain locations. So it might be something that we'd want to farm out, you know, much like motor vehicles. I mean, not for that reason, but motor vehicles has an office outside of the building, but this is a service that might be perceived as more user-friendly outside of this building.
And as a little bit of additional history, I think I may be wrong about the timing, but there was definitely discussion about our comprehensive plan from a planning and zoning standpoint, identifying as many as 70 neighborhoods and wanting to do neighborhood engagement and development. And so that ended up in community relations, which is part of why community relations, I think, gravitated to Development Services.
I will tell you, you know, that was one of my first things when I got here. It's like, does this belong here? But the more I've seen kind of the whole world of community and development services evolve the last few years, I mean, it's changing as much as our political climate and our communities are changing. The connection that we make between, you know, our compliance staff that's out in the field and trying to help make those connections. We've actually got our data linked up now that when the cases get loaded, we're able to connect addresses to see what kind of other complaints are coming through from the enforcement side of property maintenance to kind of see where we've got consistent behavior or maybe where we've got maybe hoarding issues going on and things like that. So some of the connection between all of those things has been pretty critical, and we haven't really had that before. So having everybody on the same team has been helpful. And I mean, particularly on the planning side, there's a lot of resources out there related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how we need to start enfolding that into how we do long-range planning. And so the work that's happening down there is really like boots on the ground stuff that applies theory.
One more question. It says, should affirmative action review be assigned to HR? How'd that look to you? What's that mean?
I mean, sometimes we have to do that, like right now, when there's no director down there, and, I mean, checking in with Natalie, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, I think one part of having affirmative action identified in code is making sure it gets done. I just don't know if it needs to be done by that supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, sorry, I need to turn my microphone on, but that, I think from the department head's perspective, those are brainstorming points in terms of if
Yes.
we're trying to reduce load. Haven't vetted that through these other departments that are mentioned in these bullet points, and, you know, they're talking load issues as well, but that's the conversation we're going to have going forward.
All right, at this point, I'd like to invite any members of the public that would like to speak to this issue or have questions to come on up to the podium. If you can, at this point, if you haven't fallen asleep in your seat. Because
I have to get up or my hips will.
I
think it's interesting, and I thought I'd bring this to you tonight. 37 years ago, in this month, I came to work as the investigator for the department. 37 years ago. That's telling you something about my age. But it's also telling you something about the department. It's been here a long time. It was organized by a group. Shirley Jakes was one, and many of you remember Shirley. Mr. Rodriguez was one. I don't remember all of them, but they were an organized group, a grassroots group, and they met in churches and homes and in people's basements, in churches, just to get, because they were having so many people bring complaints to them about their homes and employment and so forth, that they decided that something needed to be done. So it started that way. So it's grown through the years. That was in '76. I believe that's when they got through the ordinance. In '84 I came, and I was the investigator, and there were 3 of us on staff. We did pretty good, but that was 37 years ago. So what we worked on for the most part, what my job was to work with housing mostly. And we brought in a lot of money at that time. Rod Franz told me, and we're missing him now, but Rod Franz told me, came down to the department one day and he said, Kay, you bring in a lot of money, but you don't spend it. But I was spending it. I was spending it doing my projects. But I'd be remiss if I didn't come to support community relations, because I believe that people that are helped at the local level it's so much more important to help them before they get into a lot of issues that they can't handle. And we had almost totally conciliated almost totally all of our complaints. We did have some that went to, after Mr. Bankston helped us get through the Substantial Equivalency Act, we did have a couple go to court. For the most part, most of those are conciliated. If you work with landlords and tenants and employers and employees, generally they want to conciliate. They don't want to go any further with it. We did have, I remember having one complaint one time that was, I knew right off the bat it was probably a very big complaint. And I just opted to send that to a local. I told the person, the complainant, that I would give him 3 names of 3 attorneys, but that they should go that way because this would be a complaint that I felt like would behoove them to go to carry it further rather than to go through our local process. I just made that determination, and it's a lawyer in Salina who is still practicing and does civil rights complaints, and that's where they went. So those are some of the kinds of things that we did rather than to, I guess, rather than to try to get the department bogged down in something it couldn't handle. So, and I did try any number of times to get an EEOC contract. In fact, I went to several of their commission meetings and things, but we just never had enough complaints to do that, which is good in a lot of ways, and in some ways not good because we weren't getting the money. But I'd be happy to help in any way I can to help you until you get kind of on your feet, and I'm sure Sandy would be glad to too. Sandy's a great conciliator. She conciliated a lot of complaints in our department. I worked on them too, and we all just kind of did the same kind of thing in trying to help people on the local level. At one time there was in housing, there was quite a big contingent of landlords that met very often. They finally just gave up because we were providing that stuff with all of the information to landlords that they needed without having forms and all sorts of things, just to get our name out there as helpers with those kind of issues. And it worked. They kind of gave up the ghost. I think they're back in their meetings probably now. But we did those kind of things to help landlords as well as to help the tenant. So if you need any help, I'm still here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crawford. All right, I'm looking to Ms. Beverly. Did you want to?
I thought one of those ladies was going to get up.
Oh.
I will attempt to get up there.
No worries, no worries. Take your time.
It might be of interest, if I may, Mayor, a couple of points while Sandy comes up. There is some history also in terms of Salina's cases being precedent-setting. In 1987, I believe it was, Kay, can you correct me? The case, they're no longer in business, so I suppose we can mention it was the Magic Mirror Figure Salon.
Right.
An employment case in which an award was made locally, and legislation, well, actually, Mr. Burnett, the director at the time, approached me about our ability to enforce that. Well, and I explained that I did not think that the commission had the authority to enforce and order a monetary award, much like a district court isn't who enforces a monetary award. The parties have to undertake that effort in the case of monetary damages being awarded. And anyway, legislation ensued that the commissions statewide now have the authority to enforce those monetary awards as a result of that case. I say the case, it was we obtain an Attorney General's opinion. The Attorney General acknowledged that I was correct, that we couldn't do that under the current legislation, but it prompted the legislation that gave local human relations commissions the ability to enforce those awards, as well as that was the initiation of the subpoena power that the commission also has. So I'm
I'd
sorry.
kind of forgotten that. We went to testify and everything at the State
Yeah,
House.
I'm sorry, Sandy. I didn't mean to
That's okay.
hold you up.
Yeah, but at least I'm standing. Good afternoon, Sandy Beverly. Yes, I am a former employee of the City of Salina with the Human Relations Department, and I was the investigator. This department is valuable for many things. When you take care of the least of us, you take care of the rest of us. And that's exactly what that department did and does. I know that we need to study some things and change some things. As Lauren has said, I feel that there are some things that could be done. We have to change with the times, I get that. But I also understand that people in the community need this department. And that the pride that we often felt when we'd go to DC for training, I tell you, Salina has a very unique situation with our Human Relations Commission, because we actually trained our commissioners to read cases. Those cases that I could not conciliate, our commissioners read those cases and made those judgments, which kept me neutral, which was vital to my job. We had to maintain an idea of neutrality because I had to have the trust of the people that filed the complaint, as well as the people that the complaint was filed against, that I was going to do my due diligence and that I was not there to judge them. So that was a very important and vital part of this job. We can't shut the doors on it. I'm glad to hear that you don't plan that. I will help in any way that I can. There are organizations that I belong to that I've done the whole time that I've lived here and worked here, and I still do because I have a passion for this community. I don't have to live here, I choose to live here. So that was my grandson that spoke earlier. I'm busy raising the next generation because I know my time is limited. But I want us to have a better community than the one that we have now, and we're capable of doing that. And it's going to take work, it's going to take trust, it's going to take conversations, and they're not all going to be easy. But we have to do it. The one inroad that we did not make that I wish we had made more of during the time that I was here was in the Asian American community within Salina. We don't have a lot of activity. We don't have a lot of connections there, and we still have things that we need to do. Asian hate is on the rise here in the United States. You know, the things that we're seeing outside can very well be here inside Salina if we're not careful about what we're doing. It's not just Black Lives Matter, and believe me, I am a true Black Lives Matter candidate. But I understand that everybody has a right to a civil life. And I always told people when I worked for this department that we were the civil rights arm of the city of Salina, and I still feel that way. And I think that's a very good way to describe it. You know, everybody has what they do, but we were the civil rights arm of the city government. And if we don't respect and understand the rights of every human, then we've lost the battle already. And I don't see us as losing this battle. I see us as getting armored up and getting ready to go and get it done. So whatever you need from me, I'll be glad to help. But I don't want to see this department closed up. I hope that we can get some kind of real things done. And I think I told Kay and I were talking, one of the things that, you know, you talk about low-hanging fruit. We take on the responsibility of paying for the attorneys when people file in a work situation. That may be something that we are no longer able to do. You know, it's common sense things that we can look at. You know, it's changed from 20 years ago, so we have to go back and look at it and see what we can revise and do now. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need this department. Salina needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beverly.
I'm Lene Meyer from Salina. I feel weird with being the only one with the mask. Even though I've been vaccinated, I'm still don't believe we're out of the woods yet, so I'm careful, extra careful. I'm here too as a taxpayer and a citizen of Salina to support the Human Rights Department and whatever it takes financially from the commission to set for hiring the people that's needed. I wrote some notes, but just briefly, this decisions to support and finance needs to come from our heart, or the heart, not just the pocketbook. We need to be a society that grows from inside out and to go deep in the processing. And I think this is a real moral issue that we need to pay attention to and make sure we do have adequate funding. Salina citizens deserve the very best from all of you, a heartfelt best, not just from your brains. And I do support having continuation of the Human Relations Department and hiring whatever staff is necessary to make it effective effective jobs where people are willing to stay. I'm not sure why that you've lost people over time, but that's an issue to, I think about too. But to make the positions have enough employees to make it not so overwhelming that hopefully people will hang around and keep the service going. So as a taxpayer, that's certainly where I want some of my money to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Good afternoon, John Blanchard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this item. I won't repeat what the three previous speakers very eloquently put forward. I'd just like to add an element of urgency to this. I mean, we see a lot of what's going on with racial tensions is one thing, that things are kind of building, and they've been building for quite some time. Two other issues, we have housing affordability that is really taking off, and I think we need to be particularly urgent about some of this, being that a lot of the rent, I don't know what they were calling it exactly, but people didn't have to pay their rent, and now that's kind of ending. And I'm not sure if that's the end of July or whenever, but the end of September is some of the temporary unemployment benefits are going to end. We've got increased inflation, which food inflation is probably the highest rate in decades. We've got a lot of things that affect people in more vulnerable communities. So I ask that you act with a sense of urgency and get those positions filled. If you need to, I don't know why you would need to rediscuss the mission of Chapter 13 and the organization and so on. Maybe if you need to look at, was it wise to take and make it a division instead of a standalone department? That may be one of the things that you look at. But I think the mission was clear. The mission was executed extremely well for decades and even for the last several years. And it was a little disturbing to find out today, 3/4 of the way through the presentation, that, oh, and we forgot to mention, we don't have any staff. So it seems like, I think your role as leaders is to make sure we're doing the right things. And having a strong human relations department is the right thing. Management is about doing things the right way. So I know that we had a strong department for years. I know that one of the most dedicated, I think that Evelyn Nelson was an extremely smart and capable person and moved to this community and enjoyed living in this community. I also know that Julia Ramos, who apparently is no longer there either, which is news to me, was extremely dedicated. We talk about people having the heart for the job. Not sure outside of Sandy Beverly and Dina and Julia that people don't have as big a heart. And I'll throw Kay also. I didn't mean to leave Kay out of that. But when you have people that are that dedicated and they leave, I think we really need to look inside and see maybe are there things that we can do better. And so I hope that you won't shy away from doing some of that too. And just one last thing, and Commissioner Davis, when you mentioned that, maybe we need 4 people in that office, I hope that you'll consider that. Maybe we do. But whatever direction you choose to take, I hope that you'll act with some sort of urgency, because I think these things are going to continue to pile up, it sounds like. There's enough going on with housing that Lauren has got her hands full. So I hope that you'll be able to find some relief that way and just act with urgency, because people in the most vulnerable positions in our community are counting on you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission for any direction that we can give to staff. Any other questions that we have for staff?
Well, I think 3 big, and these are real directions, but 3 big issues. One, maybe revisit its status as a department or a mission. I mean, it is a mission that doesn't easily fit in any of our established departments. 2, make sure we have it right-sized for its mission. And from what I'm hearing, well, I think we really need to look at getting that administrative person and the 4th person, because I knew they were busy doing stuff, but after I've been reading this, it's like that is a lot of work, and it's a lot of cases per year that come through that office. And I would still, look into alternative locations if that space is too small. Community corrections, the parole office, they're not located in the courthouse, and that probably increases the ease with people can access those services.
Okay. Any other direction before I throw in my 2 cents, because you all know I have my 2 cents.
Well, right now, I mean, it sounds to me like in terms of definitive, immediate direction, would there be a consensus that maybe we should hold off on hiring the 3 people right now until we know for sure what the right-sized?
Well, we know we're going to need a director or the supervisor position, and that person may be able to help you hire the other 2. And it's kind of like hiring the general manager before you hire the coach, but
I mean, no matter what, I mean, if you keep our code the way it is, I still need at least 3 people.
Yeah, I would suggest.
If we talk about right sizing, I think it's either get the workload down to the 3 or say that we need more. I don't think we're saying we're going to go less.
So minimum, if the workload was narrowed, it would still be those 3 positions.
Yeah, if all they did was just housing cases, I still have enough to keep 3 people busy.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm not optimistic that we could do a service at less than 3.
Okay.
And I don't want to mischaracterize it. We're not coming to you with the recommendation that we do away with the division, but given the strategic planning conversation, we felt an obligation to bring it to you, given kind of the staffing level that we're at in that conversation.
Yeah, my recommendation would be to go ahead and hire the 3 people. Obviously, I think you need to hire the supervisor first, and that person helps with the hiring of the others. And then I think with the help of those individuals, you look at expectations and right-sizing the department and what again, we throw COVID out there all the time, but with a lot of the things that are going on with housing now, I think we get through this, we see where we're at in in 6-9 months to see if we do feel like 3 is the correct number. See if we're still going to address some of the employment issues. It sounds like could be sent to the state or federal and maybe handled, mainly for dealing with large corporations. So that would be my recommendation as we move forward with the city staff's recommendation.
Mine are along the same lines. If you need 3, you need 3. That first hire for the supervisor is going to be key, and it'll probably define your scope. But I think department heads, city manager need to study what it is we actually need to have, and then depending on the abilities of the staff we can acquire, that may determine how much we can invest ourselves. Maybe we can look at outsourcing some parts of the work that needs to be done.
And the other thing that just dawned on me when we were talking about this falling under Mr. Driscoll's umbrella is, I know there is a lot going on with housing. I see that happening for several years. I know we're looking at hiring a new deputy city manager or assistant city manager. That
And
maybe.
Lauren, you got a position open in your department, don't you, as well?
Yeah.
I imagine that's not easy to.
But I mean, maybe this department falls under that individual's umbrella instead, or something too to help. I'm here to govern, not manage. You guys have to figure that out, but I think we can.
Yeah, I certainly,
hopefully-
one way or the other, I think we can pick up some of that load
Yeah.
with the addition of that position.
So, okay.
And I guess I really wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Davis's comments, and along with what I'm hearing from everyone else, I think that we need to get those 3 positions filled. The only other thing that I would add to the recommendations that you've gotten so far is, like I said, between Kay Crawford and Sandy Beverly, I feel like, I think it was Mr. Blanchard earlier referencing the car dealers in that, sometimes we don't take advantage of the expertise that we have, in our own community outside the organization. And I see them as being willing to put in the time to, and having the baseline familiarity with all this, because it is pretty overwhelming, and 2, having the time and the passion to take a look at it and say, hey, these things worked well for us, these things didn't. We'd be better served by focusing on this. I mean, Ms. Beverly, already made one suggestion about, something that, discontinuing, like legal representation. I just feel like there's a lot of that knowledge that we could put to good use. I don't know if that, goes to being an ad hoc committee, like Commissioner Davis mentioned, but I really would like to make it a formal request that we do make every effort to incorporate the knowledge that we have in the community in regard to community relations. Does that give you?
Certainly, yep. Repeating myself, but our intention was to go forward unless you directed us otherwise, so we stand ready to get started on that tomorrow, and the additional feedback's helpful as well.
Well, I would just, to give kind of timing and perspective then, if we hire people, get them kind of up and going, I would foresee us taking a look at Chapter 13, because I don't think that stops the mission of the division. I mean, they can still, we're still getting to the heart of stuff, the urgency that I think has been talked about, but Chapter 13, I want to get those people a little familiar with day-to-day operations, and then have them be part of that conversation, I think, with some of those existing folks. So there's a collaboration there.
And just one final thing. I mean, in terms of looking at the salary range for somebody who, whether it's a division or whether it's a department head, if it's ideally suited for someone with a law degree, whether or not they're, practicing or not, that seems like a really low threshold to get someone with a legal degree and the skill sets that we need. So I guess that I would, I guess I would just hope that if you find the ideal candidate and he or she says, yeah, I can't do it for that, that we would recognizing that we need to get someone in here with ability and for a long term to kind of lead us through the next phase of development in this division, that we would be able to expand that salary range if we needed to.
Yeah, the city manager has discretion within the established range, so we're not locked into starting at the beginning. And then if we end up in a position where we have a candidate that is exceedingly qualified
Right.
and exceeds that, we could come back to you as the governing body.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd certainly be willing to consider that.
But I think we'd probably be like 12 months out from revising 13, but I don't think that stops any of the good work. But that would give us a chance to have those conversations, have that staff be familiar, because I'd hate to get new people in, get them trained and go, oh, hey, here's your new chapter too.
Right.
I want them to have a little bit of working knowledge so that they can also have the opportunity to learn from those folks. But definitely collaboration is doable.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're still here. We'll go on to item 7.4, which is a discussion of the enterprise leasing agreement. And I'm not quite sure how to proceed at this point. I'm sorry, Mr. Andrew, you just have one thing before you, but in terms of, we had discussed earlier during Citizens Forum that we had materials presented by Mr. Marshall and Mr. MacArthur in regards to options to enterprise leasing agreement and a request to pause that contract while they were able to present options. And I guess I'm just going to look to the rest of you to see what you're feeling on that.
Well, I'd like to start off with a question. Obviously, there are a lot of zeros and percentages and terms involved in fleet management and leasing that I'm probably not gonna, I know I won't get as educated as the two gentlemen sitting on that front row back there, or the staff. But I would like to know if the staff has an opinion on the comparability of the scope of services that Enterprise is offering versus what, and I don't know if you've had a chance to study them side by side, what Mr. Marshall and Mr. MacArthur have presented as what could be done locally.
Right. Well, I'll start, and I certainly want to give Jacob Wood an opportunity to speak because he's dug into this deeper than I have. But I think we reported to you a couple times now as we've kind of brought this issue forward that we've looked at this all along as fleet management more so than vehicle leasing. I mean, vehicle leasing is a component of that, but the aspects that seem to make the numbers work are taking advantage of the government pricing, identifying the best pricing across multiple manufacturers, makes and models, and then both maximizing our opportunity to sell our current vehicles, used vehicles, as well as then identifying the most effective timing to kind of flip the vehicles, for lack of a better description. So there's obviously there's the lease rate, there's a lot of the things that they brought up, but we were looking at it a little bit more holistically in terms of when you put all that together, and I think we shared this with you previously as well, if we financially break even, but we end up with a fleet that's newer, that's a gain in terms of just the fleet itself, the fuel efficiency and the maintenance issues, and then all indications are that we actually can gain financially when historically we have had a budget allocation that's not enough. We go out and purchase a few vehicles, but we're never gaining on the quality of the fleet nor the financial aspects of it. So our review of the enterprise approach was more that entirety of services that they were providing. The other thing that, with respect to kind of the process we followed, as you know, our purchasing policy speaks to competitive bidding, competitive pricing to maximize use of tax dollars. And so one of the things that it does is it allows for use of competitively bid items that have been competitively bid by others. And so we brought to you the fact that Enterprise had gone through Sourcewell, had gone through the state bid process, and had prevailed on a fleet management level in terms of an RFP process. So we did not come into this as a local bid process that we proposed to be conducted at a car dealership by car dealership level. We were focused on fleet management. I certainly want to give Mr. Wood an opportunity to speak to that topic as well.
No, I think that that's all correct. We were looking at this as fleet management and not individual leasing, not as a financing tool, but as a overall approach to managing our entire fleet. So, I mean, that's why we've spent so much time looking into this and trying to figure out if it's the right thing to do. And we've called a lot of references, talked to a lot of other cities that have been doing this process. I mean, this document here in front of you says that it's going to cost us more money in the long run. That's not been the case. That's been realized by other communities that we checked this with. I mean, they have realized savings over time, and we believe that this program would allow us to realize savings. I'm not confident that we could do this in-house. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to going with a company that's nationwide, that has the network with the car dealers, or with the manufacturers, that has a network with the ability to sell vehicles. I mean, all of those things, lots of expertise that we're leaning on with a nationwide company that has that expertise. I just don't think we could duplicate that in-house. Even though I think we could try real hard, but I'm just not sure we have the expertise to do that, or the time. I mean, you know, we outsource expertise all the time with engineering firms and with, you know, other kinds of types of services. This is kind of akin to that. We would be leaning on their expertise to help us buy vehicles, sell vehicles, get the right vehicles, upfit the vehicles. It's a whole package. So there's a lot of services there that we would be relying on Enterprise to help us with.
And that reminds me of one other point that Jacob and I discussed, and that is, you know, could we hire in a fleet manager to the organization, setting aside whether one person can do that and has the networks and the contacts. Fleet management, given an organization our size, a lot of positions we hire someone that has experience in a smaller organization that's going to work on their way up in a career progression, but I don't have any reason to expect that there's fleet managers out there in a peer or smaller community that we could hire in. It would be standing somebody up from scratch, most likely.
And I guess I would look at Mr. Marshall and Mr. MacArthur and I don't know how we go about this, but, you know, we talk about leasing, but we talk about fleet management, and I don't know. I guess my question is that something that's offered at either location?
Yeah, if you'd like to approach the.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm questioning. Again, please. I'm a little hard of hearing.
Okay. Again, we're not just discussing leasing, we're discussing fleet management. Is that something that's offered through Marshall Motors?
Yes, we can do that.
And who have you done that for?
That's over the years. I've done it and still do it in our own leasing company. We've had well over 400 leases. I do it every day. But I think the city can do it. It's not rocket science to do it. And today, basically, what we're asking is that you table it for a little bit, let the city manager tell us, sit down with us, here's what we're trying to accomplish, and see if we can't do as well or better and keep it local instead of national. It always seems strange to me that the experts are never in the community, regardless of what the expert is, and yet I think we have experts in the community, not just in leasing, but also in management. But we do every day what they're talking about doing. And a 150-car fleet is big, but it's not overwhelming by any means. But every day we determine what should come out of our fleet, what we should keep, recommendations to clients when it gets all done. Opened-end leasing is, from a cost standpoint, is extremely high risk. There are two kinds of leases that are done. I'm just talking leasing now in general. One is open-end, one is closed. Closed-end leasing is primarily what we do because open-end is super high risk. In 2008, Chrysler's bankruptcy and General Motors bankruptcy was primarily caused because they used closed-end leases and not open-end leases. If we ever get into that economic environment again, an open-end lease, that's going to come right back to the city of Salina. If the vehicles have been depreciated to $20,000, they come in worth 10. The 10's paid by the city. You have no control over that. Now, what we'd like to do is sit down with city staff, have an opportunity to walk through it. After we've had that consultation, or they with us or us with them, if we sit down and say, no, we can't do what they're doing, you should go with them, we will certainly recommend that to do it. But I think we can, and I think the city can do it for less money. After years of being in it, it will, over the long term, cost the city more money. I think for enterprise to sit down and say it won't, I totally disagree with that. But at this point, just the opportunity to sit down and come back and try to figure out what's best for the city. As far as that automobile business is concerned, we can, if the city directs enterprise to purchase their vehicles locally as car dealers, we'll make more money doing that than the way we're doing it right now, because all at once, we're not competitive with each other, because enterprise will come to us and say, well, in my case, Ram, or in North's case, say, well, take a Ford and we'll pay you $450 to do a courtesy delivery. You all saw that we're lucky to break even or make $100 on them. So we're here with mixed feelings, I guess the best way to put it, because it's more profitable for us if enterprise does it, but I think it's going to end up costing the city of Salina more money when it's all done. And I've said more than I should.
Yeah, it just ask a question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer. When large companies such as Enterprise buy a lot of vehicles for a client, do they tend to buy them from the local dealer closest to that client, or do they have a preferred dealer that they would typically use over and over?
I think that would probably have to be directed. I think part of their proposal was that they would buy them locally. And they don't buy them from us. They buy them direct.
Yeah, my understanding is they would buy them directly from the factory, and then they would be delivered to a local dealer. So the expectation is they will be delivered on site, and that's where that courtesy charge comes in. But that's kind of a pass-through. I mean, if you didn't want to make $400, you could commit to doing it for $100 if you wanted to. That's not part of the Sourcewell competitive bid. That's part of the process when Enterprise does that. So that is just a pass through to pay you for your efforts in taking those vehicles and delivering them. They're getting them delivered. So
And what some of the things we're seeing from it, the conversation with Enterprise so far is their knowledge of the manufacturer's schedule, the availability, the pricing. And we've, in the past, budgeted and awarded vehicles and then found that we're out of sync with the manufacturing cycle, and then we're delayed in terms of taking receipt of a police vehicle or whatever the case may be. So they just have an industry knowledge that we as staff certainly don't. And to that point, then they're dealing with the manufacturers. They know what that price is. They know what the resale. They have an opinion about the resale value, and it's the local vendors that are getting that courtesy delivery fee, rather than a direct purchase from the local vendor.
Did you or Jacob have a chance to just compare the math that Mr. Marshall brought with, as far as the cost of the money? I mean, that was something I would not be able to do. And
Oh, the time value of money.
yeah, well, I mean, so
and if not, I mean, you know,
so certainly we would
yeah.
we will pay Enterprise to do this. They make money on the process. I mean, they certainly do. So there is additional costs, I mean, that we have to pay to Enterprise to do the problem. I wasn't able to go through this directly, line by line. Certainly if this was just a lease option, we could get a better rate than 3.91. I mean, I think we could probably get a better rate. But it's the added value that comes on there as well. And as you look at this document, it really doesn't take into account the equity that we build in those vehicles. So if you take, for instance, the vehicle that is provided here, this pickup truck, if the invoice price is $26,000, Enterprise would use that invoice price, and they would come up with an one of those price lists over time. So we would pay a certain monthly rate for that vehicle, and that's the lease rate. I mean, that's where we keep coming back. So we would pay for that vehicle, let's say it's $500 a month. We would end up paying $5,000 for that vehicle for that 1 year. At the end of that 1 year, they would resell that vehicle, and in many cases, they're able to sell that vehicle for $30,000 or $32,000, and we would make a little bit of money on that. I did ask the question about the long-term leases and, what happens? Can we get upside down in this? And the answer was explicitly, they have not had any local government customers that have ever gotten upside down in a vehicle. So they have a whole way of coming up with that scheduled price list that's a little bit more complex than just taking the interest rate and matching it out over time. And I will tell you, all of the government customers that we have talked to, it has worked out that way. I mean, it's been good for them. So they've all come out on the good end. Otherwise, we wouldn't be recommending this. I mean, if we didn't think it was going to work, I couldn't come to you with a straight face and recommend it. I mean, so we certainly believe that the program, the way the Enterprise has laid it out, will work for the city and will allow us to have capacity to replace all of our vehicles, save money on fuel, save money on maintenance, all of those things, and be able to turn around some of the equity in the vehicles and put it back towards new vehicles in the next go-around.
Yeah, if I could add to that, on the front end, as we were assessing it, doing our due diligence, we were focused on that combined, maximizing government pricing, getting it amortized correctly, the fuel savings, the maintenance savings. And admittedly, we were focused on that bottom line and recognizing that there might be a higher interest rate in terms of lease. The Enterprise is going to get a fee. There's going to be a delivery fee. But my two primary concerns in doing our due diligence were, number one, confirming the performance, basically, the overall performance. And then secondly, if we ever decided that we didn't like it and wanted to get out of the program, what's that exit strategy look like? And combination of kind of riding out those leases, as well as the recommendation that we made to take some of our deferred spending and set that aside in case we do need to adapt. We are going to need to monitor it on an ongoing basis. If we see it's not performing, then we're going to have to respond. If we see that it's exceedingly easy and it looks like something that we could take on in-house, it's open-ended to our advantage at that point. We could say, well, Enterprise has taught us how this works, and we're going to go it on our own. I just, for all the reasons that Jacob mentioned, in terms of the networking with the manufacturers, the selling of used vehicles, the upfitting, the removing the equipment, I'm just not inclined to think that a dedicated city staff person could stay on top of that.
And I guess I look at staff, and I also look at Mr. Marshall and Mr. MacArthur, but, and again, I have to read this again, and there's a lot of numbers in here, but one of them was, that you've been selling vehicles maybe at $100 over invoice or something, but when we're doing this leasing, it's delivered to one of the dealers, and they get a $450 fee for accepting the vehicle. Plus, we're going to do our normal maintenance at each facility. Is that correct?
Well, warranty work.
Warranty work, warranty work, yeah.
I honestly don't know whether the dealer feels like warranty work is a good thing or a bad thing, but we would have the opportunity to do warranty work locally.
Basically, warranty work is not profitable work.
I suspected that might be the case.
And if speaking to the resale part of it and getting money back, that's a pretty easy formula when it gets all done. If the manufacturer is giving discounts on a vehicle that is at or exceeds 25% of the cost of the vehicle, and if the vehicle's being driven 15,000 miles a year or less, then at the end of the year, most of the time, you can trade it in and not have any cost at all. If you're paying Enterprise, you're still going to have money cost, and you're going to have the initial purchase cost when it's done. And we're perfectly capable of sitting down and training somebody on your staff how to determine that, what to ask for when the bids are done competitively. And I think you'll get more out of your used vehicles because one of the things that we need as dealers, and the GM dealer as well, is we need used vehicles. So most of what happens when we're bidding a vehicle is we'll bid it at cost and try to put money in use so that we can resell it at a profit. And Enterprise is going to sell it the same way. We buy Enterprise cars that are coming off lease, and so does Long MacArthur. It's the thing. So, but you're not adding the middle man into the system.
But
and one of the things we're not looking for is a decision today. When I sat down and when we sat down and did the presentation with the county, that we did not have access to the numbers. And the numbers are really a big part of it. You'll start now with about a $4 million fixed loan with leasing. As prices go up, it'll end up being a $5 million, $6 million loan when it's all done. And that's permanent. That's going to be part of the budget, is borrowing money. I have some lessees that give me a deposit for the vehicle because all they want to cover is the depreciation. They don't want the cost of money involved in it. But essentially,
I think as a commission here, we need to make
$5 million loan.
Yeah, I think we need to make a decision as to where to head. I said, as I kind of look at this, and my old saying is, I always believe there's three sides to every story. I believe Enterprise is probably not, may not be quite as sweet as they think. There's probably some things on, on your proposal that's probably not 100% right. There's probably something in between, and I don't know what that is. So I guess as commission, we need to look and see if we want to have Jacob review the letter from Mr. Marshall and Mr. MacArthur and give us a breakdown on his thoughts on it, and then come back and bring this at a later date. I don't know where we want to go, because we could sit here and
Right.
we could have this same discussion for the next hour, and I'm going to be at the
Right.
same place I'm at. I have no clue.
And ultimately, yeah, if we don't have a motion to
Yeah.
reconsider
Yeah.
or to pause the contract with Enterprise.
And I know Jacob's putting a lot of work into this, and I guess just out of courtesy to Mr. MacArthur and Mr. Marshall, I'd like for Jacob to have a little bit of time to review their letter, give us an answer back. This isn't something we have to do tomorrow. It's as far as starting the lease program, but I as far as would like to verify that, about the trade-in for a loss. I don't understand the difference between closed-in and open-in leases. There may be some information there. And again, we're talking about leasing individual vehicles versus the fleet management. And again, Mr. Marshall said we could do the fleet management. We don't have the personnel to do that, I don't believe. I mean, we're already short-staffed. So if we did that, it would be hiring somebody to do that, and I don't know what cost that would add. So thoughts?
I guess
I've
I'd
talked
like to
more
hear
than
how
my share.
comfortable staff is with the pause. And if we're going the road of pause, then, so it can be reviewed, then I'd be comfortable with the staff reviewing any number of proposals that might come forward and making a recommendation.
Yeah, my only concern with the pause is that we are at the end of the cycle for 2022 Ford F-250s, and we have quite a few that we would like to put orders for. And so we're trying to work through that in the next 2 weeks to get our list of stuff, and we don't even know if we'll get those because it's pretty late in the cycle. But we're trying really hard to get those programmed so that we can get them. So 6 months from now, we have new vehicles. It's a question mark across the board with vehicles right now, whether they'll come in on time. But if we don't get the orders in, we know we won't get them. So there is a little bit of urgency as far as some of those vehicles go. I think the smaller trucks and some of the other vehicles are later in August timeframe. So it's not as big a deal with those. But the 3/4 tons and 1-ton pickups, those are something that we like to get ordered pretty quickly.
Can I address that very thing?
Yes, I don't know.
Now is not an opportune time to order vehicles. Ford, Chrysler, General Motors have all cut way back on their fleet and their government incentives. And those incentives will not come back strong the way they were for probably another 5 or 6 months. But our goal is to keep the city's costs down. If I was a lessor, my goal would be to put you in the vehicle as soon as I could, because I can make profit doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. We're going to kind of deliberate amongst the governing body, but I do appreciate the information that you've provided us. Thank you very much.
Well, Mayor, I'll just, for the benefit of you, my fellow commissioners, I'll just say we're far enough down the road with this now. I'm comfortable to move on, but if it's a consensus to take in additional information, I guess I'd request from those that want to give other proposals that we see some record of their fleet management and gather some references so that we can ask who they're providing those same services to, that we can get a gauge from them about their satisfaction with their fleet management. That's the thing we're most interested in here. I think it's very important to assess that.
I think I'm right where you are.
I would say that I couch all of my following comments knowing that I want you both to know that I personally appreciate the contributions that you guys as individuals and companies make to Salina, Kansas. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that you are contributors to our community in a variety of different ways. That being said, as I look at this, I think in terms of a financial advisor, perhaps, I can go to a financial advisor anywhere in town and I can buy a mutual fund share or a share of stock. And it can be very transactional, and I get that accomplished just fine doing it that way. If I want a little bit more service, I can also pay a little bit more and sit down with somebody who does comprehensive planning for me and helps me look at my overall budget, my bills, looking at targets down the road that I want to hit, and just provides a higher level of service that meets my needs. And both of them accomplish the same thing in some regards, but in a way they don't as well. I don't think that any dealership in Salina has the comprehensive level of fleet management that can be provided by Enterprise. That's not to say that you don't have extremely intelligent, knowledgeable people on staff that could, over time, create a similar system. But I don't believe that that's in place right now. I do not advocate for anyone sitting down with city staff and trying to teach staff how to run this type of system. I don't think we're going to have anyone who's going to have the time or knowledge, and we certainly don't, I think, need to hire somebody with that capacity. I know city staff has put a tremendous amount of time into looking at different options for fleet management, looking at different vendors. Enterprise comes with extremely solid reviews from other communities, nearby communities, that have worked with them, some of which have said our biggest mistake is that perhaps we didn't go with them earlier. So some of the savings from fuel, some of the savings that they've presented that our own staff was skeptical of have been verified by these communities. So from a due diligence standpoint, I think staff has done an excellent job on this. I just don't see a compelling reason for us to do anything more. I don't think directing staff to review anything more or going out for further bids is going to accomplish anything other than lip service. If it were me, I would go ahead and keep the contract as it is currently, and we can certainly review it as time goes on, but I think the due diligence has been done on staff's part, our part, and I just do not believe that there's anyone in the region who can offer that same level of service.
All right, so I'm looking at staff, I'm looking at council. Do we need to have either, we've already proceeded with a contract with Enterprise, so if we want to revisit that, we would need a motion for a reconsideration that would need to pass with 3 votes. I mean, is that, or a motion to pause the contract? Or, I mean, would it be phrased motion to reconsider or a motion to pause the contract? How exactly would that work?
I have an opinion, but the attorneys are parliamentarians, so I'll let him answer that. I think it's a 2-step process, but go ahead.
Yes, I would expect we're on the same page, and I trust you'll let me know if we're not. But I would expect that, again, the initial action, that if you wish to take it, you would want to take it today, is the motion to reconsider.
Okay.
By virtue of your own rule, and it's consistent with Robert's rules, that either at the same meeting or the immediately following meeting, a motion to reconsider is in order. And wherever, the practical effect of the adoption of the motion to reconsider is to literally take you back in time to the point at your last meeting, right before the vote is taken. So the motion that you approved is what is back before you by virtue of, if you would adopt a motion to reconsider. It doesn't just open it up. It literally takes you back to the moment before you voted previously. So that's the consequence of that. Now, I expect that anything that you would want to have before you by way of information or what might be options would be something you could direct now, both in terms of substance or timing.
So a two-step process. If the motion to reconsider passes, then you'd still need to take action on the motion at hand.
Right.
And then if you wanted to give staff additional direction to find out, do this, that, or the other in terms of information gathering in the interim, you could do that as well. But it all starts with the question whether you wish to reconsider.
Gotcha. Is there anyone here who would like to make a motion to reconsider? Hearing none, I think that we have our answer, that we're going to go ahead and continue with the enterprise fleet management proposal that we accepted last week. All right. So thank you, gentlemen, for your time and for the work you put in getting us the information. Appreciate it.
Thank you for listening. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Item 8.1.
Item 8.1, consider acceptance of offered public utility easement dedication serving the Tri-Rivers Apartments at 1232 East Kerwin.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, there was a project, apartment project, that was recently completed at the east end of East Kerwin, known as the Tri-Rivers Apartments. In order to provide domestic water service and fire protection for the apartments, there was a public water line extension and hydrant that was extended east from an existing public water line. Most of our public water lines and hydrants get placed in existing platted easements, but in this case there was no easement present, so the owners have agreed to dedicate an easement for the location of the water line and the hydrant. They've hired a licensed surveyor to prepare an easement exhibit and description, and that is attached to your report. There's no fiscal impact on the city other than this will become part of the city's public water distribution system. It has been designed and inspected and meets the standards for a public line. So this evening you could accept the offered easement dedication and authorize the mayor to sign it on behalf of the city. You could postpone acceptance of that easement to a future meeting date, or you could decline to accept the offered easement dedication and provide further direction to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any questions for staff?
I have a question, if you'd indulge me, has nothing to do with this issue. Are these market rate apartments?
They are market rate apartments. They're not tax credits, so they're privately owned and operated, and there's no tax credits or rent limitations like there are in some.
And no income qualification, it's just.
I'm just glad to hear somebody's building those. It had nothing to do, thank you, I was just.
Yeah, I think the aerial photo we provided was short one building. They have one building that they completed after the aerial photo was flown. So there's a total of 19 apartment units for general population.
Do you know when they commenced or when they completed those? It's been a while, hasn't it?
They did it in phases. It probably started in 2017, and then they kind of built a building, then built another building, then built the third building, so they did it in phases, so it stretched out. But there's 19 now that are ready for occupancy.
So, any other questions for staff? Any questions or comments from the public?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we accept the offered public utility easement and authorize the mayor to sign the easement document accepting the easement dedication on behalf of the city.
Second.
We have a motion to accept the offered public utility easement dedication serving the Tri-Rivers Apartments at 1232 East Kerwin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Any other business?
One, I'll be calling into the meeting on Zoom next Monday.
Okay. All right. Here's hoping for good internet connections.
Amen to that.
All right. If there's nothing else, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll see you next week, either physically or virtually.
All right.